turned on the video yet.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Okay. We have delegations, but before we do the delegations, I'd like to introduce our new recreation director, Craig Belfry. We're all very excited that we're going to be working on our new recreation department, offering all kinds of services to our township. So welcome, Craig.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm really excited to be here and take on this opportunity. I think the Township of Severn, with the plans and the implementation of a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, is an exciting time for the Township of Severn. So thank you, and have a great meeting.
Okay, first up is Inspector Coyer Yateman, second quarter 2023 OPP update. Thank you. Welcome.
Morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. For the second quarter, which is the months of April, May, and June of 2023, we had 5 sexual assaults reported during that period of time. 4 have been cleared where the victim or complainant requests no further action. 1 where the persons involved were under the age of 12 years of age. We had 3 assaults during that time. 2 were cleared by charge. 1 where the victim declined to proceed. Out of those, just of note, there was 1 stranger assault where the person was unfamiliar with the other person. We had 37 domestic related occurrences. 8 were criminal investigations, and were cleared by charge, all 8 of those. We had 1 robbery, which also included a forcible confinement during that quarter, and that was cleared by charge. We had 6 crimes against persons, which are mainly threats and harassments. 1 was cleared by charge, 3 had insufficient evidence to proceed. 1 is still open and under investigation, and 1 where the victim declined to proceed. We had 5 break and enter occurrences. 4 were insufficient evidence to proceed. 1 was open and still under investigation. Of note, out of the 5, 3 were at cottages. So seasonal residences were the main aspect. Was the cottage owners weren't unsure exactly what was taken. Looks like things were rummaged through. There were 6 theft overs, being automobiles, motorcycles, sea-doos, trailers. 1 was cleared by charge. 4 had insufficient evidence to proceed, and 1 where the victim complainant declined to proceed. We had 20 theft under occurrences. 5 were cleared by charge. 12 insufficient evidence to proceed. 1 open and still under investigation, and 2 where the victim declined to proceed. 4 of those were shoplifting. 4 were theft from motor vehicles, being unlocked motor vehicles. 1 was a gasoline drive-off, and the other were theft under items. We had 23 fraud occurrences during the quarter. 15 were insufficient evidence to proceed. 5 are still open, and 3 where the victim declines to proceed. The vast majority still of these frauds are online, whether it's email scams, extortion scams, money transfer scams, grandparent scams, romance scams. It's really unfortunate that these are still continuing. 7 mischief occurrences. 3 were cleared by charge. 1 where the victim declines to proceed. 1 that's still open and under investigation, and 1 where it's insufficient evidence to proceed. 2 of those mischiefs were towards vehicles, and 4 were towards property damage. We had 1 possession of drug occurrence, and that was cleared by charge. Of note, during that quarter, we issued 110 provincial offense notices in your township. We had 3 focus patrols that resulted in 55 hours focus patrols, 17 provincial offense notices, 4 warnings. Of note, traffic complaints near Marchmont Public School during the months of April, May, and June. There were 0 traffic complaints. However, we did have 2 traffic tickets on that stretch, along with a warning at that time. We conducted 3 rides during this time frame, and there were 0 infractions during those ride checks. So that's positive news compared to some of our other statistics around this detachment jurisdiction. So, aside any questions, that concludes that report.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Through the chair to Officer Yateman. Recently come to my attention in the Carleon Aurelia Mall area that there are a number of people or individuals setting up tents, homeless people, I can only assume. There's issues around garbage, dirty diapers being left there off the roadside. The restaurant there at Silver Creek Estates advises me that there are needles being left on their patios in the evenings. They seem to think there's some sales of drugs out of at least one of the buildings in that facility. And now with the recent ruling by Aurelia to remove tents in the Aurelia area, I was wondering if you can give us any kind of update, opinion. So I understand from the people there that the OPP have been there periodically, advise people to put up no trespassing signs. I'm just wondering if there's anything else you can help us out with. Do we have a growing concern here? Where are we at?
So with respect to that specific area, we did receive a complaint in the spring, more towards Brody Drive, for some tent encampments. Those people were paid a visit by, I believe, bylaw and our officers. And there was alternate accommodations arranged for them, so they're no longer there. Carly Online did have a 1 person staying in a tent closer to Brody Drive, and they're no longer there anymore. There is, I believe, some garbage still in that area. So it may be the perception that that person is still there, but they're no longer there. Aside from that, we're unaware of any other tents or homeless aspect in that area. We'll encourage members that if it is on their property, that they give us a call and we can work with those individuals. Of course, they're trespassing, we will deal with that. But there's a lot of support services in this area that we'll connect them with. With respect to drug activity, you talked about, it's important that we are notified of those incidents. Drug investigations sometimes don't happen overnight. They're not the quickest just due to the complexity, but the more information we have and the more information allows us to continue our efforts in that area. So right now, and sorry, there was I believe someone living in a car in the mall parking lot for a period of time as well. But that person has actually moved on as well. So my understanding is right now, there is no homeless tent encampments. However, if I'm wrong, we encourage them to call us and we'll take action. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you. Officer Yateman, Inspector Yateman, could you also tell me during the period that you reported for the Marchmount Public School area, which was April to June when school was on, did you also have any complaints or anyone phone the non-emergency line in the Cumberland Beach area in front of Severn Shores Public School or anywhere in the West Shore area?
So I was able to quickly print off a list to prepare for this. However, it's not as sorted as I would like. So I'll have to quickly go through it here. But these are all the traffic complaints that were received actually since January to now for the township. And I've been able to sort them by address. So just let me quickly go through, although I say address, but sometimes they're hidden here. So and just remind me what the main roadway is for the
it would be Cumberland Avenue, or it would be Bayou Park Road.
Bayou.
Those were two of the main ones.
Okay.
Lakeside Drive.
I have 0 on Bayou, 0 on Cumberland. In terms of complaints for traffic complaints. And it doesn't appear to have really I'm not seeing very many, if any. Cambrian Road would be kind of close, but
No, thank you.
yeah.
No, that's really helpful to know. Thank you so much.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So just a motion to receive the delegation for information. So motion reads that the delegation by Inspector Coyer regarding a second quarter 2023 OPP update be received for information.
Mover and seconder. If Member McIntyre, second by Member Minnings, all in favor? Carrie. Next is Kris Puhvel. I never say your name right, I'm sorry. Executive Director of Lake Country Tourism with a general update. Welcome, Kris.
Thank you and good morning. And it's nice to be here. I think the last time was probably 2018, 2019. So, the world has changed a little bit. We're still here and more thankfully, most of our tourism related businesses are here, and it just demonstrates their resiliency through these difficult times that we're. So I know there's a number of new members of council, so nice to meet you, and a big hello to more familiar faces. And we were just over at the powwow on the weekend, and that was a great community event, I must say, one of many in the region. So I just wanted to provide an overview here of our organization, but also some of our recent activities. And of course, thank you from our board and our staff for your support, long-standing support of our organization. So about 2 years ago during COVID, we went through a strategic planning process. So we came up, we tweaked some of our missions and our objectives, but I'll just quickly read you our mission. Aurelian Lake Country works with tourism partners to create and promote authentic experiences that encourage visitors to explore often and stay longer, resulting in a lifetime of memories and a robust local economy. Our core objectives always is to strengthen our partnerships and collaborations, be it at the municipal level, our other partners, our business partners, our regional tourism associations within the county, delivering and promoting strategic marketing campaigns. We are a marketing organization. That's what we're here for. We're always looking at new opportunities, creating and supporting exemplary visitor experiences. We know we have the experiences here at hand, and we're looking always to build new ones, working either with our partners or us generating some of these experiences through our programs, and generate new and leverage existing funding. Of course, for us to be successful, funding is a key determinant. So we're always trying to find new ways to enhance our marketing through additional funding opportunities. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you an overview of some of our initiatives, but in particular, I wanted to give you examples of Severn, because ultimately you are here to answer to your taxpayers, and we want to demonstrate the value that you are providing to your businesses. So this presentation really is going to be focused on some of our Severn specific programs, and our website really is the driver. This is something our digital driver will say, because this is sort of like one-stop shopping of everything that is available in our region. But within our municipalities, we have a dedicated Severn tourism page, which is on the right-hand side. And then I'm going to throw some stats at you. So, we'll call that the home page. So last year, the whole website had 557,000 page views. And now I'm going to just, demonstrate some of those Severn pages and how they did. So that's the home page. Next slide, please. Actually, can you just go back one slide? I just wanted to point something out here, the geolocation. So you might wonder, where are these page views coming from? Well, Toronto's number one. I would say overwhelmingly number one. We'll call it the GTA. Mississauga, and 3 is Aurelia. And Aurelia often means Aurelian area, just the way those figures are captured. So really, we have the attention of people from away from here, but also during COVID, we noticed that a lot more locals started to use our website as a resource. And that's because we started to target the local market more. Typically, we were an organization that brought people here, but we have a market of 90,000 people right here in Lake Country. So when we couldn't market to the outside, we marketed to our local community, and we continue to do so because we know that that is an important market and we cannot overlook them. Next slide, please. So the OLC website, we have blogs. We're always adding content. So we're putting up blogs often on a weekly basis, sometimes every 2 weeks. So I know the writing is really small here, but these are all blogs that are dedicated to, your assets, your attractions, your events here in Severn. And then I pulled some stats about, top Severn pages. And, top one there is, on our analytics, I won't get too technical, is anything that has the word Severn in it. So we have over 100 pages dedicated to Severn, Township of Severn businesses or attractions or events. So you'll see the blog, that one blog in particular, we had close to 8,000 page views about fall in Severn, and then the tourism Severn page. But then I also pulled a query using the word Coldwater. We know Coldwater is sort of, we'll call it the tourism hub of the township because it offers so much. And as you can see here with these numbers, such things as the Fall Fair and the Witches Walk. So events. And that's what our website is there for. It's not only for businesses, but it's also for events. These community events drive traffic to them. We do really well on search engine optimization. So if you put in the Coldwater Fall Fair, we'll probably be there at the top. And these numbers sort of back that up, that people are going to our web or finding our website to look for these events, ultimately driving traffic to them. So these are just a couple of examples of how well some of these pages do within the township of Severn. Next slide, please. Social media. If you're following us or if you're on social media, you'll probably see our posts or our ads, our content. We're using social media all the time to update the public about what's happening. We share posts from Severn businesses. So if the business is posting it, we'll reshare it. Of course, we have campaigns that run through social media. And then we conducted 2 seasonal campaigns. And these seasonal campaigns they were longer campaigns. They were 4-week campaigns for fall and winter specifically. We know we do summer really well around here. We know we get people in the summer, but let's start bridging some of those shoulder seasons and make sure that people know what we're offering here. So those seasonal campaigns were run with some funding from RTO7 as well. So just an example of how we leverage. So we take our $500 and they give us another $1,000, and now you have a robust campaign. So we're working with our partners where we can to leverage. And these are just examples of some of the posts we do, specifically highlighting Severn, the township of Severn. Attractions, businesses. Next slide, please. So the visitor guide, I have a hard copy. Most of our marketing is digital. This is the way people are finding information these days, but we still see the value in a visitor guide. We have a distribution system throughout the province where we get the visitor guide out to. And of course, it's available locally as well for the visitors who come here, because I think a lot of people still want something in their hand when they arrive. And that visitor guide, as much as possible, we try to ensure that all of our municipalities are covered within the content. So I think in this particular article, there's a blurb about Coldwater, and then also Baby Wildwood. So we print 25,000 copies of them, and feedback is good. And again, we will continue to do it as long as there's the demand for a visitor guide. So participation in programs. So we run a number of programs. You might have heard of Tap into Maple in March and early April. If you're driving around township, you might see our signs in front of businesses. We had 5 out of 20 of the businesses were in the township here, and they're listed. This is kind of our rack card. And then also we have Flavors of Lake Country, which runs twice a year in the spring and the fall. Again, shoulder season activity, something to drive business to our restaurants. And this past year, we had Blue Moon Junction, Raleigh Resort, and Riverside Hideaway in Severn. So they keep coming back every year. They participate in this program. So it demonstrates the success of them. And of course, driving business in an otherwise sort of quiet time of year. Next slide, please. So additional support we provided over the last couple of years. We've provided a bike repair station and to the Coldwater Mill. We provided one to the township. I'm not sure where that ended up, which park it ended up in. And we provided some bike racks as well to the township. These items were purchased through some funding we received from the federal government. So we always make sure that once we get this funding, that we distribute it equally amongst our municipalities. And this is a current project, an exciting project, one that's taken maybe a little longer than I wanted. And it's a Utah Trail Tour. And it's actually, there's 2 parts of it. One sits on a website. You can put in the web address, but also it's an app. So it's something that a cyclist can take out on Utah Trail, and it tells the story. And there's 6 or 7 videos that talk about the history of the trail, Coldwater, what's there to do in Coldwater, some of the indigenous history. So it's again, it's something we were able to do through the Tourism Relief Fund. We're excited. We're just in the process of launching it, and I'm happy to share any information about it with you, because I think it's really going to enhance that experience for the trail users and tell the story. And like here, I'm looking at this stand-up banner ad and Steeped in History. Well, if you follow along on this app, you'll learn a lot more about the history of the trail. So just another project that we have been working on, and we'll be releasing it out there. Hopefully bring more visitors as well. So additional support every year. We run video and photo development projects. Again, leveraging our funding through RTO 7. So this past March, I think we did 4 or 5 stops in Severn. It was a Severn specific project. So we went to Hewitt's and Coldwater and Copper Pot Nuts. A couple of maple syrup operators, and we take photos. We take video and then we share it with them. Video and photo is very expensive for an individual business. So this is something that we not only that we can use for marketing, they can use for marketing. And then the township can use it as well within their publications, because then we hand everything over to Tracy and her department. And then media, we facilitate media visits to the region. This one was working in partnership with Destination Ontario, a great partnership with Tourism Ontario. We brought 105 the region, which is basically its catchment area is sort of that Markham Richmond Hill area. Kevin Frankish is we'll call him the DJ. We brought him up here, and he did a number of stops in the region. And this particular one is from a maple syrup producer on Birdside Line. So brought a lot of traffic up here after it aired on radio and social media. And that's a market that is really interested in Canadian experiences. So we had a sort of an influx of visitors. So again, working with partners to highlight some of the attractions here in the township. Next slide. So looking forward, coming up, we have a photo and video shoot. We need some good video and photos of winter here in Severn for these marketing campaigns. So we'll be doing that when winter arrives. Additional content creation for the Severn tourism page. So we're always trying to keep those pages current with the latest information, interesting information. So we're working on some additional writing, fall and winter digital campaigns, again, thanks to matching funding through RTO 7. And as always, working closely with your staff. Tracy sits on our marketing board. We're here to work with you. We're working for you. So we have to make sure that our marketing is aligned with your strategic goals and your branding, etc. So we value the relationship. It's been a long-standing one, and just continue to build on it. And it's probably 10 minutes or even more. So I thank you for your time. Again, it's always nice to do this in person. It's been a few years, and to be continued. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Kris. Yeah. Any questions? Member Burkett.
I haven't got a question. I just want to thank you and your staff for what you do. And I understand wholeheartedly what you bring to this whole area through the endeavors that you have outlined. But thank you.
My pleasure. It's been a fun ride. I've been with the organization since 2018. So it's nice that our communities can come together like this.
Absolutely.
And work for the benefit of our businesses and our citizens ultimately. Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions? I just have one. We don't have a lot of agro-tourism.
New content creation is trying to highlight some of the agro-tourism. Okay. I mean, we do have it, but we need to bring it together a bit more as well. What's out there. That is a huge trend right now.
Because I know when I drive along Burnside, someone's got a farm there that it says on it, come enjoy the farm for the day or something, and see what it's like on a farm or something. But I noticed that a lot of other ones have that. And if there's anything we can do to help with that.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's actually going to be an article in our next visitor guide, agritourism, because again, it's something that people are seeking out. People want to see where food's coming from and engage in that. And I think there's enough in the township that if we bring it all together, we can.
And just one more, when you were talking about videos and photos, if you get hold of Mark Misson on the Coldwater BIA, we have a winter Christmas video of Coldwater that was done last year. Stephanie hired someone to do it. So if you get hold of them, or Tracy can, and you can see if it can help you out with some videos.
I'd love to engage more actually with the Coldwater BIA. I know there's been some change on the board, so I will reach out.
Okay, thank you very much. And go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just to add to that, Kris, our Santa Claus parades in both Washago and Coldwater at night. They're pretty spectacular. So maybe if we could get some photos and pass those along. And there's a huge tree that we do light up in Washago, which is nice as well. I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
No, absolutely. Again, it's those community events are important because we're not just about bringing people here. We're also distributing information about what's happening here to the local residents. And at Washago Christmas parade had 600 page views last December on our website. So, again, those community events go up on our website and then they get seen.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
And also, Member Taylor, the mill is doing something new this year too. If you want to let Kris know, and they might be able to get hold of the chair.
Sure, I'll forward it to Kris there. We're doing a tree lighting in the back, so we'll keep you in the loop on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Glad to see you.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, next is Mike Winacott. Oh, sorry. Yes, we have a motion.
Thank you. Just a motion to receive the delegation from Lake Country Tourism for information.
Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Minnings. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, our next delegation is Mike Winacott, Simcoe Sports Dome Incorporated, Sports Dome in Severn. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members, staff. Thank you for having me here today. I just wanted to come in front of you today to bring information forward. There's no ask here. It's a matter of getting together and working together to try to make something happen for our community, so we can work in the future together and try to come up with a solution. I gave you in front of you is a booklet of the concept of the proposal for a sports dome in our community. I'm going to go through a presentation. The booklet you have in front of you is more in depth, so you can review it as you please. And then we can answer any questions. Background about myself, I'm a Severn resident. I love Severn. My kids go to school here. It's great. Tourism's going great, but I want to kibosh some of that expansion because there seems to be growing greater and greater in our community. The Coldwater Santa Claus Parade, for instance, is packed. There's tons and tons of people there. It's great to see. So what I'm here today is I'm going to go over the concept that we've been working on. Myself and other members of Severn community and other communities in the surrounding area have been working on this for approximately about 10 years of research and development and analyzing and surveying and trying to find a solution. Our group, our community group, is built of members of our community, and the purpose of it is to bring something that is needed in our community. We're all involved. We have young kids involved in sports, activities, community events, and we see the lack of facilities for this in this area. Simcoe Sports Dome was created. We had a proposal to try to open for fall of 2024. That might be a little unrealistic at this point, but we're going to try to work for that. The purpose of that is these sports domes are made locally in Ontario, and there's a big demand for them. So there's a big delay in that. So once we get moving forward to that point, we're sort of stuck on when the material can be supplied for this project. Thanks. So the sports dome is, as if you may or may not have visited one recently. In the past, they've been around a long time. A lot of communities are developing these athletic facilities to help support their communities. Last time I checked this year through the company, there's 25 in the queue waiting to go up in municipalities around Ontario. So it's a very growing opportunity for municipalities to provide this type of facility to their community. We created two versions, two sort of pillars to this idea. One is Simcoe Sports Dome Incorporated. It's a sports management facility. In order for this facility to work and be feasible and sustainable into the future, it has to be run properly. And that's what the sports management side would do. The other side is Simcoe Sports Dome Community Foundation. And the purpose of that organization, it's a group of, it's a nonprofit group of community members, a board of community members that is going to work to building this project and sustaining it for the community and to support any community group members to go and participate in sports that can't afford it or are not financially feasible. So they'll support it, sort of like the Jumpstart program with Canadian Tire. They'll sponsor kids to participate in athletics. It's important. We all know studies show that athletics is important to their mental health and to the physical being as we go through. So next one. So sports in Orillia and surrounding area is growing. We have no indoor sports facility, as I'm involved in coaching and mentoring, and my kids are involved in it. And we lack those facilities as they do south of us. So to be competitive on the competitive market, it's very difficult to train all year round when you got to use a school gym to do winter stuff for summer sports. And then in winter, our options are very limited for youth in sports. Right? So, for instance, the cost of hockey for a youth to play hockey, recreation hockey, not even rep hockey, is about $640 for registration plus equipment. You're looking at about $1,000 per child per family. And if you have 2, 3, 4 kids, that's very expensive to keep your kids active through the winter. This cost of an indoor sport, we're going to run sports league, so indoor soccer league through the winter to keep them active. You're going to be costing a parent about $190. So that's much more feasible for a family to afford sports. The type of dome we're looking at is an air supported structure. They've come a long way in technology advancements. The one we're looking at is approximately 88,000 square feet, so it's a very large area. To give you an idea, that's 3 soccer fields going lengthwise, dry land workout area, and then 2 hard court surfaces for basketball, volleyball, whatever is used on hard courts. There will be a building associated with it. Will be change rooms, washrooms, shower facilities, somewhere to get something to eat, somewhere for the parents to go. That's one of the feedback we got is, yeah, it's great you have this idea for this great facility for my children, but I have to sit there for 2, 3, 4 hours. What am I going to do? So that's what we're going to do too, is have some kind of amenity there for the parents as well to participate. Parking spaces, of course, to accommodate that as we go forward. So multi-surfaces are proposed in here. So we have our artificial turf fields, which is 3 soccer fields, or it opens up to 1 FIFA size field. So it's a regulation size FIFA soccer field, so you can hold international games there if you want it. It's big enough for that. It also can hold a full size baseball field or 2 slow pitch fields together at once. The hard court surfaces, again, like I said, you can do multiple sports, activities, etc., that could adhere to the community needs. This is just a layout of the dome. The 3 fields go this way, or it opens up to 1 full field. The structure of the dome, again, it's 88,000 square feet, so it's very large. The center of the dome is 75 feet high, so you have the clearance to do multiple sports. It's suggested that we're going to run golf programs during the day, so it's easy to use it as a golf facility for the daytime use because of the size of it. There's lots of room there. Again, this is just a layout. The bottom is the courts with the hard surface in between. This is what it would look like if you haven't seen one. Just a basic structure with a building that goes in. It's airlocked, so it's all held up by air. The technology now is advanced that if there's any issues, it all goes to computerized system, so it puts more air in, or it takes more air out, or if it notifies you if there's a drop in it, or whatever it may be, as you go through it. Okay. This is the inside of a dome. I don't know if many people have seen the inside. It's a phenomenal feeling in there. It's just a large area that as a sports fanatic, it just makes you excited about playing a sport. They have skylights in there to save on energy for light during the daytime use, and then cost-effective LED lighting. Again, they're just another look of it, of different sports that can go in there: soccer, football, baseball, lacrosse, cricket. There's endless amounts of opportunities there. We've researched users for the area, a lot of corporate, frisbee. There's lots of sports activities, but a lot of corporate stuff. They mentioned the powwow. You can have an indoor powwow there. It's high enough to do that and to have that facility there. Graduations, the OBP is looking for space for graduations, the colleges, the university, whatever it may be, it's available. Hardcore services, we're going to talk about statistics in a minute. And really the rec center there is at full capacity. I'm part of the Lakers basketball organization, and we have to limit the number of teams we have because we don't have the court space to use there. The field house facility is just going to be a basic facility. It's going to have community rooms or conference rooms to use for the community, your bathroom storage area, a sitting area with some small food, your team change rooms with washrooms, and then your gender neutral washrooms for individual change rooms, etc. Most users of the group come already changed, but to have that facility available to use is important. Next slide. And again, just a structure of the building. So two of the biggest issues that we've had over the years to develop this is land use and finances, of course. So we've narrowed down two locations. One that I'm favorable for is in Severn at Otis Park. We've negotiated with Otis Park and their board. They want to partake in this event and offered us land use there of the acres we need to develop this. And of course, that's in Severn Township, and it could be advantage to Severn and the community at large with the new recreation plan going forward to utilize this location and the ability there. Highway 12, as we know, has over MTO states had 9 million users a year pass by Highway 12, and it's going to be right at the corner there, the corner lot as we go to the next one. So the proposed location is right behind, it's right behind the Toyota dealership, this area here. It's sort of separated already from Otis Park, has its own entrance and ability to access off Fairgrounds Road. So it's a perfect utilization of that space. Currently, it's used for overflow parking. So Otis Park Board is very excited. The members are excited to have something like this at this location to bring people to this area. Slide, please. Again, that's just the basic. Everyone knows where it is. Dome users, based on similar domes and geographical location, we expect over 250,000 visitors a year to this area. So it brings tourism to the area. It brings economy to the area. That location is centrally located between the user groups of Aurelia, Severn, or Medonte, and then we expand out. The closest dome north is North Bay. There is a dome of Barrie, but it's about less than half the size of this proposed dome. It's landlocked, so it can increase. And then beyond that would be Bradford, Newmarket area, etc. Currently, Lakehead varsity sports have to bus their teams down to Newmarket to practice because it's the only closest facility to operate that. Our catchment base is huge. We'd be drawing in from all different areas, from Midland, Penetang, Muskoka, Ramera Township. The whole area would be drawing into this area, and that's why this location is key because it's centrally located and close to commercial and access to amenities. It's going to generate millions of dollars to the economy every year with league play, tournaments, out-of-town users, in-town users, etc. And that's the idea. Why now? Well, the YMCA has closed its doors in Aurelia. We all know that. They closed Geneva Park. There's a huge void there. Simcoe County is 28% over capacity in its schools. We're relying on over 300 portables currently, with recreation in schools is very limited. Aurelia's population has grown twice as fast as the rest of Ontario over the last 5 years and expected to grow over 45% in this area and surrounding area in the next 25 years. Statistics released by U-Haul International show that Barrie and Aurelia corridor, so the in between Barrie and Aurelia, is ranked the top 5 most moved cities in 2020 in Canada. So we have a growing area that we need these facilities to accommodate this. Next slide. So Aurelia's multi-use MRF recreation facility, again, has 2 gymnasiums, a pool, fitness area. When I did these, it's changed since these statistics were done, and now it's at 100% capacity between the pool and the gymnasium and the fitness area. They're at full capacity as we speak. I met with the mayor of Orillia and talked about this, and they're excited to have something like this in the area because they're at their capacity at their facility. Rental space is increasingly difficult to acquire, outweighing availability. User fees are increasing by lots for arena space, for gymnasium space, etc. So we've researched other facilities like this and local facilities to rent, and to come up with a common fee that would be feasible for community members. Field and court rental usage will be used for teams, league play. We have a college and university locally, which are looking for areas, recreation sports. We're going to run our own basketball, volleyball, soccer, flag football, etc. leagues. And that's where we're going to have local residents participate in. If you want your child to be in a soccer league at Warminster and Severn, you have to be on the phone or on the computer right away. And if you don't get in, you're on a waiting list and there's no accessibility for you. And that's one of the members that we were talking to. It's very frustrating to not get your kids active in our community. We're going to deliver adult and youth sports, birthday parties, after-hour stuff, day camps, March break camps, summer camps, day use for mom and tots, somewhere for parents to go during the day to use. That it gets endless uses that are available. We're going to generate income through those rentals as well as advertising, sponsorship, etc. as we go. So this is the idea of the leagues we'll create locally, so that we have our local sports for our local kids to use. It's not just for out-of-town use or high-level sports. It's going to be used for locals to use and to stay active. Naming rights right now, it's a big thing. It's going to be the largest billboard in the community that we can put something that's on there where we have advertisement or naming rights for the dome. That's a common thing now in Barrie, Peggy Hill Center, etc., Sadland Center. These businesses are paying recreation facilities to rename them. Running day camps, March break camps, summer camps, they're always oversubscribed through the communities. YMCA closing, they run a lot of camps that are not available because they have no location to go to now. So we're going to pick up that slack. Projected cost. A project like this is not cheap. We're projecting about $6 million project for this size, with various costs that are associated with it. That's to get it up and running and developing, and then your maintaining costs are throughout that it will be run by as we go through. As you can see, it's an average cost of what it costs to build a facility like this. Slide. Hurdles. What are the hurdles that we're facing or have faced? A community privately financing $6 to $7 million projects, very difficult. Development fees. So that's one of the biggest issues that we're trying to decide. Orillia, city of Orillia wants this in Orillia. I prefer to stay within the community of Severn at this location. But there's economical considerations. Severn has development fees, so it's based on the size of the project. So we're talking 88,000 square foot facility plus a 3,000 to 4,000 square foot building. The development fees are very costly, between $600,000 and $800,000. That goes out the door right away. Where it really has no development fees for recreation. So that has to be considered as where we're going to locate this project. So that's where we're deciding between the two right now, and that's going to be our final decision once we make that decision based on that working relationship, and then we're going to launch it and start construction. Next slide, please. Capital investment, just to give you an idea, there's a lot of communities that have done this in the past. For instance, I'll give you one example of the town of Whippy. It has a bigger catchment base, but the town of Whippy has partnered with the Whippy Soccer Club, a not-for-profit organization. They gave them the land to develop this dome, and they gave them an interest-free loan to build it, to start it. They built the dome. It's a 100,000 square foot dome. Since then, they paid back the loan and they built the second one because of their demand. And since then, they gave them a $2 million interest-free loan to do that. They developed it, paid that back, and now they're working on a third dome. So that's the relationship they have with the township there, that they're working together to bring this forward to their community. There's lots of ideas or ways that we can work together to make this work. And that's just some of the ideas or suggestions. I know there's a lot of information. There's a lot more in this book, but I'll keep it at that and open it up to any questions, members or staff.
Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Mike. And you're darn right. The Otis board wants that facility like crazy. And I agree with them as a member of that board and member of this council. You say Aurelia has no development fees, and is the reason for that because they own the property?
No, they don't own the property, but any recreation development, they've deemed not to have any development fees for that. So because they're not part of Simcoe County of Simcoe, that they can set that. So any development of recreation, they don't charge recreation.
Right. The other thing, I don't think you mentioned it, is that we may be in competition with Lakehead University for the site as well.
Yeah, that's our Aurelia site that we're looking at.
Okay, that is the site. Okay, thank you.
Lakehead University
now,
in conjunction with the city of Aurelia.
If you would, though, please explain the constraints on access by our community as a result of that decision.
There's no restraints in the access there as far as availability, but it's going to be more overuse by Lakehead. That's part of that partnership. They want to use it more than privately or some publicly. They want to use it more privately. So it depends on the availability of the timing for that, location of it for your residents. I think at Otis Park, it's more accessible to your residents and available for them to use.
And so one of the things, of course, I know that you're not in an ask here today, and I appreciate that. It's a big ticket item. I do put it forward. I really think it's important that this council looks at these development fees. God knows they're being waived across this province for other reasons. And I would like, maybe, I don't know if we can do this through Andrew, but there must be a way that we can set up a situation where there's a break and or a long-term loan or something that would permit such a facility to be built. As the Ward 3 councillor, we have no facility in our ward. We depend on Aurelia, and I had hoped that down the road we could negotiate use for some of our people, certainly in Ward 3 and 4, for the facility in Aurelia. But if it's at capacity, it's not going to work. So we definitely need, and this is different. This is not the same as the $55 million facility that Aurelia has built. This is a whole new level of recreational opportunity. And anyway, it's one of the things I think we need to consider. Thank you.
Yes, this is the development of this is community oriented. Aurelia has no facility like this, or none around here. And this will be a community not-for-profit run organization that is going to be running or developing this. So costs are effective in that to try to find those funds. So any penny saved is a penny gained on that end. Yes.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very very exciting presentation, Michael. Thank you. In light that we have a new director of recreation, I'm not putting them on the spot today, but this is exciting, and I think it merits further discussion down the road. Not this morning. I know that he's only been here a couple of weeks, and I'd love to hear his input as we all struggle to provide services for our young kids. And this is very exciting. Not sure how we could do it, but I'd like to have that discussion at a further date when he has some time and sees what we have to offer here at Severn.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm looking forward to working with him and the rest of members in that partnership. And I feel that we can work on programming hours that could be used there for recreation in Severn, daytime use, nighttime use, whatever it may be, whatever you're looking for. We can work together and have a good working relationship as far as making that available to our residents here in Severn.
Any other questions? Member McIntyre.
Yes.
And then Member Taylor.
through the chair to Mike, have we got a restricted timeline here when you need to hear back from us? We got 6 months, a year? How long have we got to kick this around amongst our committee and come back to you with what our thoughts are?
Very good question. And I appreciate that. And I know there's a lot of experience here that can come up with some solutions, I'm sure, or some working ideas. There's no timeline, so to speak, as far as limit that. The sooner, the better, of course, because we have to get in that queue to get that developed, to get that the equipment project, because it's 12 to 18 months out just to get the structure itself. Yeah, there's no, it's not like next week I need an answer type thing. I think we can work together and come up with a good solution.
Okay. Member Taylor.
Thank you. Through the chair, very good presentation. But I have a question with the winter up here. I've seen coverall buildings for agricultural buildings collapse and stuff. So how do these hold up to the snow, etc., and with the adverse winter conditions up here?
Very good. Thank you. That's a good question. And like I said, the technology has changed a lot in the making of these domes. They're made in Orangeville area, I believe our Shelburne area. So they're developed for our weather conditions, as well as once the snow load, if there's a snow load, there's a special cover that's put on them that the snow slides off them, so that it doesn't stay. And if there does get too much snow on it, with the new system, it's a notification sent by email or by text to whoever's managing the facility to have aware of that, or it increases more air in it, so it knocks the snow off. So our manufacturer has gone through that through their engineers and has developed that that structure for that purpose.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Staff? Anyone? Okay, so what would you like to do? Do you want to take it as information? Okay.
If council wants us to come back with questions or things on development charges or planning applications that need to be submitted, if it's going to be within Severn, then I suggest council refer for a staff report, and then we can bring it back.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion is just that the delegation by Mike Winacott for Simcoe Sports Doming regarding a sports dome in Severn at Otis Park be received and referred for a staff report.
Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Thank you very much for this exciting endeavor. Thank you for all your work.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
So exciting. I sure loved it.
We're taking a 5-minute break just so Mark and Dan know.
Okay, now we'll move on to the consent agenda, and I'll look at the clerk to find out who has pulled any items.
I believe, and I mean, the members can speak to them, but I believe, from what I've been informed, Mayor Burkett wants to pull D 1.1, which is the biannual bridge inspection. Member Brennan wants to pull the motion from the Municipality of St. Charles, and Member Taylor wants to pull the correspondence for the speed reduction request on Santa Maria Road.
Has anyone else got any items they would like to speak to? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the motion reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items with the exception of items D.1, D.2.3, and D.2.9.
Move in a seconder, please. Moved by Member Minning, second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Reports from officials for directions. 1.1 planning report deeming bylaw application 3869 Wood Avenue, West Shore. And okay, Emily, thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Thanks for your time. I'm just going to share my screen. This will just include attachments from the staff report that was circulated with the agenda. So as noted, the subject property is 3869 Wood Avenue, and the matter is a deeming bylaw application that has been submitted by the solicitors representing the property owners. So the lands are located along the western shoreline of Lake Couchiching. They are just north of the intersection of Couchiching Avenue and Wood Avenue. The lands are currently developed with a single detached dwelling. The applicants are in the process of redeveloping the property, and through that, they did pre-consult with township staff in the pursuance of a minor variance application. So at that time, it was noted by staff that the subject property appeared to be composed of two separately conveyable lots on a plan of subdivision. Subsequently, the applicant's solicitor submitted a deeming bylaw application for consideration to address that matter and to allow the lands to actually merge into one true property. So the applicants have since received provisional approval for their minor variance application, including this as a condition for their provisional approval to allow for the appropriate development of the property. So as committee and council are aware, lots on a plan of subdivision do remain separately conveyable, regardless if they're held in common ownership, unless they're deemed to no longer be part of that plan of subdivision. So the deeming bylaw would therefore facilitate the merger of the parcels into a single consolidated lot, addressing the existing non-conforming, non-complying situation, and to allow for that proposed future redevelopment to occur. So per section 50, subsection 4 of the Planning Act, the council of a local municipality may deem the lots to no longer be a part of that registered plan of subdivision, so long as that plan has been registered for 8 or more years. So the lots are located on Plan 820 within the West Shore Settlement area. That plan was registered in the early 70s, so it has been registered for over 50 years and therefore is eligible to deem no longer part of that subdivision. So the property is already assessed as one lot. So therefore there's no anticipated changes to taxation as a result of this application. But that's all I have for you this morning. Thank you for your time.
Anybody on the committee have any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that planning report number P23-026 dated August 30th with respect to a deeming bylaw application for the lands described as lot 16 and 17 plan 820 non-municipally as 3869 Wood Avenue be received, and that the draft deeming bylaw included as attachment 3 to planning report P23-026 be brought forward immediately, and further that should council pass the deeming bylaw, that the clerk be directed to provide a certified copy of the bylaw to the clerk of the county Simcoe per section 5026 of the Planning Act.
Move in a seconder, please. Moved by Member Minning, seconded by Member Brennan. Sorry, my mind. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to recreation facilities, presentation by Camelia Vinec. It's about the recreation report about the West Shore Recreation Facility Zero Carbon Building Standard.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for your time. Can everyone see and hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
So I'm with Purpose Building, and we were engaged to prepare a feasibility assessment of applying zero carbon to the West Shore Recreation Facility. As we understand, the township is considering applying for the Green and Inclusive Community Building Program, which requires, as one of its eligibility criteria, that new buildings meet the requirement of this zero carbon building design standard. So today I'll spend a few minutes walking through a little bit of background about this standard, about the design as it currently is for the West Shore Recreation Facility, and our key findings, as well as a brief summary of an estimate of cost. I'm going to share my screen. All of the things that I will be presenting are in the agenda package, but I've just grabbed a few of them and reorganized them a little bit. Just give me one moment. Oops. Okay. All right. So hopefully everyone can see that. Oops. So a little bit of background about this standard that is one of the requirements for the federal Green and Inclusive Community Building Program. It's called the Zero Carbon Building Design Standards. That's the one for new facilities. It was originally launched in 2017 by the Canada Green Building Council, or the CAGBC. And it requires that buildings' demands for external energy be minimized, that is combined with highly efficient energy systems, as well as potentially renewable energy sources, and a reduction in the reliance on fossil fuel energy, with any fossil fuels or combustion systems installed up front to have a costed plan for elimination in the future. The certification is based on demonstrating that a new building has the potential to achieve an annual net zero carbon emissions, meaning that any emissions that the building would emit on an annual basis can be offset or otherwise absorbed elsewhere. And it is awarded at the end of the design process following a third-party review. There are some more details that we included in the appendix about the standard. Few other things I want to highlight is the project does consider carbon holistically. So in addition to the carbon emissions from operating the building, it does consider the carbon emissions associated with the materials used to construct the building, the cost to extract those materials, manufacture them, transport them to the site. So that's the embodied carbon of the project. And there are a couple of impact and innovation requirements that we'll speak to that are required to be achieved, and I'll speak to in a little bit more detail as we talk about the key findings. The other item I wanted to highlight for you about the standard is that there is a limit on combustion. So for temperatures above -10 degrees Celsius, all space heating must be provided without combustion. So combustion is not permitted for space heating when temperatures are warmer than -10 degrees Celsius. And if a project is able to provide space heating for temperatures, including below when it's colder than -10 Celsius, there's an innovation point available there, which we'll talk a little bit more about as I move to the key findings. The last piece I just wanted to highlight before we move on to that is the current design. And so when I say current design, this is based on the issued for tender drawings that we evaluated as part of this feasibility study that were completed in 2017. On the far left, we have listed various key design components that contribute to energy and carbon, energy efficiency and carbon emissions. The next column lists the NECB reference design, which is the National Energy Code for buildings. And that is a comparison point under this standard. One of the requirements is to achieve, and we'll discuss in more detail, achieve improvement over that standard. And on the far right is our estimate, or what we were able to confirm based on the reviewed drawings. So overall, the design components related to the building envelope, the exterior walls, the windows, the roof are the design is estimated to be roughly in alignment with the National Energy Code for Buildings, the NECB 2017 standard. Perhaps the roof is a little, the thermal performance of the roof is a little bit below. As far as the HVAC system, the heating, the cooling, the system, the proposed system is in alignment with that reference. As far as heat recovery for ventilation, we were not able to confirm the effectiveness, but it also roughly in alignment in terms of the fact that it is included. And we think there might be some savings in the current design for lighting related to that baseline based on full LED lighting design, which is...
Yeah.
Hi.
Sorry,
yes,
I have
please.
a member up here who has a question.
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. The third one, the HVAC system, you've got reference rooftop units with 80% efficient gas furnace, and then the current design has the same. So how is that green if we're still using a gas furnace, or am I reading that wrong?
Yes. So when we say current design, we're talking about the 2017 design that was prepared. And what you'll see next will also have then a recommendation for moving towards a design that aligns with the zero carbon standards. So apologies if I wasn't clear there. The current design being the starting point, which we evaluated as part of this feasibility study.
So, this is Luka Mentatinovich. I've worked with Camelia on the report. Maybe just to summarize this section, what we're essentially confirming is that the 2017 design that was initially commissioned is essentially a code compliant fossil fuel based system. So nothing out of the ordinary, very moderate levels of energy efficiency, and to your question, certainly not green in any stretch of the imagination.
Thank you. I'll try to keep a close eye on questions. Thank you for jumping in. So now setting the stage a little bit about what the standard is and what the design previously showed us, I want to talk a little bit about our key findings that we had as part of this feasibility study. And to do so, I'll walk through this matrix, which I'll just explain quickly. On the far left column, we have 6 key requirements of the standard. These are the things that really need to be met as part of it and can be challenging to do so. The second column is the current design, which again is that 2017 design that we evaluated to begin with. And then we speak to, in the next column, the performance gap we're seeing between that and the standard requirement. And finally, on the far right, we talk about recommended strategies for moving to a design that would align with the zero carbon building requirement. So the first item here, as I mentioned, the standard requires that space heating is provided without combustion for temperatures above -10 degrees Celsius. So when it's warmer than -10, combustion is not permitted for space heating. The current design does not meet that. For the point, it is a fossil fuel-based rooftop unit system. And our recommended strategy for aligning with this requirement is considering a geothermal field that serves water source heat pump, rooftop units for primary heating and cooling, And we do note that there's likely some supplementary air source heat pumps and or electric boilers required for balancing that geothermal field. The next piece is there is a requirement to achieve savings in energy efficiency relevant to that, related to that National Energy Code for Buildings baseline, which we looked at a second ago, as well as a thermal, this TEDI, thermal energy demand intensity metric. What that measures is essentially how well your building maintains the heat that's put into it by evaluating how thermally robust the envelope is and how well you perform heat recovery for ventilation. The current design likely does not meet this. So when we look, I'll just jump back really quick. When we look at the current design compared to that reference, we're not seeing spaces where, seeing design elements where we can think, oh, that's 25% savings. It looks relatively in line with that baseline. And the thermal energy demand intensity is often a challenging metric to meet for buildings that are sort of constructed in a business as usual code aligned fashion. So the recommendation here is really aligned with the first one, which is going forward with a geothermal field system serving water source heat pump rooftop units that is likely to satisfy the energy efficiency savings. And the benefit there is that that would eliminate on-site combustion for all space heating, which also waives the TEDI requirement, meaning that requirement goes away. So you have a double benefit of meeting the energy efficiency and allowing you to provide space heating without combustion so that the TEDI requirement does not need to be met.
So what that means is that one system change from fossil fueled rooftop units to a geothermal system not only achieves the energy efficiency requirement, but it means that we don't need to improve the envelope beyond what has currently been designed. So there's a cost savings element to that measure as well.
Thanks, Luca. The next element here relates to the embodied carbon. So this is the carbon associated with the extraction, manufacture, transportation of the materials that'll actually be used to build the building. This one, our preliminary analysis indicates that the design as it is likely on track to meet this initial limit. And I won't go into more detail here. The next step would be to do a detailed analysis, but we believe that is likely on track to be met. The last two items, so next is, I mentioned briefly, there are two impact and innovation strategies that must be met. There are a number of pre-approved strategies that can be pursued, such as providing all space heating for the building without combustion, or providing renewable systems generating a minimum 5% of total energy, improving embodied carbon beyond the minimum limit, or including any sort of building integrated photovoltaics. So there's a list of items there. So based on the preliminary embodied carbon analysis we did, or life cycle assessment, it's likely that you're on track to achieve 1 point there. And then the other point would still be required. And that would be also achieved by making this one change that Luca highlighted, moving to a geothermal system that would allow you to get the energy efficiency, no longer have to meet or a design, most likely an approved envelope system, would allow you to provide that space heating without combustion, give you an innovation strategy as well. So that one change really tackles 4 of these requirements and supports meeting them. And then the last item I mentioned, if any building were to be constructed under this standard with upfront combustion, there is a requirement to provide a transition plan, which is costed, essentially mapping out how that system could become non-combustion in the future and the costs associated with that. I'll pause there for a moment and see if there's any questions I may have missed. I think I see a hand. Yes, please.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious, the water system, heat pump system that you're recommending, do you know anything about these other systems that have come out that Mitsubishi makes that I think they compress some sort of gas? I'm not sure. And are they only designed for the home, and this facility is too large to use one of those other types of heating systems? I'm just
yes.
Differences.
Oh, sorry.
That's a great question. And essentially, they're both heat pumps. So what they compress is a refrigerant, and they use that compression and expansion of that refrigerant to move heat between the outdoors and the indoors. The units that you may be familiar with that some homeowners now have are what are referred to as typically air source heat pumps. And certainly Mitsubishi and LG and Daikin make lots of different makes and models. And so it's essentially still a heat pump, but it exchanges heat between the indoors and ambient air. And the reason why we didn't recommend that is that your township is in a fairly cold climate. And so those air source heat pumps may be okay for a home, but often are backed up by a furnace when it gets really, really cold. The advantage of a geothermal system, or the difference, and that comes with its advantage, is that it exchanges energy with the ground. And so the ground, even when it's minus 30 outside, is still relatively warm. There's a lot more heat in the ground. The units are a lot more efficient. They don't suffer the same challenges at low temperatures. They can work when it's very, very cold outside. They can work when it's very warm outside. And so that's the basis of the recommendation, is that it's a system that's better designed for your climate and offers more energy efficiency advantages.
Thank you. Supplementary, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. So these will cool in the summer as well, correct?
Absolutely, they will, yes.
In the longevity of a system like this?
There's really essentially no moving parts. So the compressors on the heat pump units that would be on the rooftop themselves, they typically have a 20 to 25 year lifespan. The pipe that's buried in the ground lasts much, much longer. There's nothing really there to break down or to service or to maintain. It's a very passive technology. And there's a little circulator pump that just moves glycol fluid in that outdoor loop into the rooftop units. The other advantage of this is that we're not making any changes to what's happening on the inside of the recreation center. So we're still maintaining the ducts, all of the air-based distribution. We're just swapping the rooftop unit that has a gas furnace with one that has a heat pump connected to an outdoor geothermal field. So it's a very simple design change that still fits within the rest of the design strategy that has been put forward. So we thought that was a way to sort of minimize the potential changes or disruptions, or for your staff that will be operating, give them something that they still might be familiar with, not some radical or exotic technology that may be new to the market. This is a very proven technology with a long track record of successful uses in these kinds of scenarios.
Thank you very much. Member Taylor?
Yeah, just further to your question, I just installed an air heat pump at home, and if it goes below minus 30, minus 35, it has electric backup heat. So do you need a backup with the in-ground system, or is pretty safe with the heat?
You do not. No, there's no outdoor temperature limitations whatsoever. We get into this a little bit into the report. The only limitation and why we still recommended some electric boilers to be added as part of this design is to balance that field. So those fields like to have a balance between how much time they spend heating and how much time they spend cooling. You don't have a very long cooling season, and it doesn't get very hot. And so adding either a small air source unit like you have that could work in the shoulder seasons, and potentially a small electric boiler will help balance that geothermal field, because what we don't want to happen is to pull so much heat out of the ground year over year that we start to freeze it. So that's why it's a bit of a hybrid. It's still based on geothermal, but we're adding a couple of more elements for some additional resiliency and redundancy.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I just have a quick one. Because there's all the funding for homeowners, is there any funding for any building like this besides applying for that grant to put that type of system in?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you.
I did have one. I'm sure I'm at time, but I did have one more slide about cost, a soft cost related to this approach as well, if that I can share, if it is in the report. So assuming that the project moves forward and pursues an 100% combustion-free design and moves forward with the zero carbon building certification, we have provided a range of estimated soft costs for the various work that would be required to implement that. Managing the certification, there would not be a cost for the transition plan because one would not be required with a combustion-free design. Energy modeling, because this is based on design, it is an energy model that is used to support that application. And the life cycle assessment, which is another modeling exercise focused on the embodied carbon of the materials. So we've provided ranges, as it's difficult to pin down exactly what the approach is going to be, and also oftentimes we find there might be questions that arise and new items to look at as we work through the analysis.
And the funding that the GICB program provides is very robust. There's quite a lot of funding on the table, millions of dollars, depending on the size of the project and its actual construction costs. And all of the premiums, there's a good chance that they would get paid through that program if there are capital cost premiums. And the program also covers soft costs. So any design fees for the design team, any additional management consulting costs, all of those are covered by the program. So it's a very robust federal program that is really designed to take a facility like this and align it with Canada's GHG targets.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, through the chair. And so I just wanted to summarize and thank you for Purpose Building. They've been a great consultant to work with, and we certainly learned a lot about the new zero carbon building standards as they move into the province. And so on the report, you'll see two recommendations for motions that have been presented by staff. We'd like to maybe, discuss that and maybe change or recommend a change to the motion for a couple of reasons. One, we have a new director of recreation that's just landing, and Craig may want to have some input on one of the biggest facilities we will construct in the past recent history. This is 1,775 square meters of new indoor recreation facility. That's almost 20,000 square feet. Sits on a 10-acre parcel of land. And is really one of our largest investments in the recent history. So with that, my recommendation here might be to commit, that the West Shore Recreation Center or facility design, that we commit to a zero carbon building standard. There are some varieties of the standards, but just the fact that we will commit to it, I think it's important that we do make that commitment today, but perhaps maybe not seek a direct award to a consultant or defer to a future year capital budget. This will just commit us to achieve a zero carbon body, zero carbon building standard in the West Shore Recreation Facility.
Okay. Any other questions? Member Burkett.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, just back to your estimated soft cost range. Does that include the boilers that you mentioned?
So that does not include capital costs. That would be soft costs only, and for managing and implementing the program. So there may be additional soft costs involved in updating the design of the facility as well, we would expect.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. To Mr. Burke, by changing the recommendation slightly as you proposed, would that delay anything with the West Shore build overall?
Through the chair, not directly. I think there's opportunity for a grant that hasn't been announced to date. So we had anticipated in the report, you'll see that we anticipate some future grant opportunities coming along, and that we wanted to be poised and ready for that. But I'm not recommending a massive delay here, maybe just in terms of a small delay for the director to have a chance to have some input. But today being a fairly milestone marker of committing to a zero carbon building standard, council take that position on this facility that will direct staff to achieve that building standard.
Okay. Any other questions? We did talk to our MP, and he said he hadn't heard anything yet, but he thought there might be later on, like December, something else come out, but they were just waiting there too. So, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the updated motion reads as follows, that the recreation report number R23-015 dated August 30th, 2023, with respect to the West Shore Recreation Facility, zero carbon building standard be received, and that the West Shore Recreation Facility commit to a zero carbon building design.
Move on a seconder, please. Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, moving on to F3.1, speed limit review, Artria Drive. Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Yes, this is, so the speed limit review was requested on Artria Drive. There were a couple other components that we will be reporting to that came out of a motion from around May, I believe it was. But this was the first one, which was to evaluate the speed limit on Artria Drive. And so staff deployed our speed detector and did some analysis. And we are pleased to report that the speed limit that should be posted in accordance with our policy is 70. And we do recommend that Artria Drive be posted at 70 kilometers per hour. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions from the committee or comments? Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so the other components, one was the signage, right, for redirecting truck traffic, hopefully as much as one can. And I know the other part related to the trail. So they will come forward at an alternate date. Is this what you're saying specifically?
Yes, through the chair. Our apologies for sort of disintegrating them, but the policy for the speed limit review is quite defined. And so that's where this one comes. We will report back to the other two items.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're right. Anyone else want to speak to this? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-021 dated June 21st, 2023, with respect to a speed limit review, Artria Drive be received, and further that the speed limit on Artria Drive be set to and posted at 70 kilometers an hour.
Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Because Artria Drive connects to Minoki Beach at one end, and I've had some inquiries from residents about the speed on Minoki. Is one street related to the other as far as you're seeing from a traffic pattern user point of view perspective? Because I'm thinking that at some point, a decision made on Artria could affect Minoki Beach Road and vice versa.
Go ahead.
Yep, just through the chair. I think at a truly traffic operation perspective, they are fairly separate. You know, the intersection does provide control and a lot of change in traffic patterns and behaviors. The establishment of a speed limit, you know, really doesn't affect the overall traffic volume on a roadway in those ranges. You know, that we're talking pretty low volume roadways still. Yeah, that's.
Just a quick question. So what if the volume changes? Do we come back? Because we know all those houses are being built?
Yeah.
And if that ends up being an arterial side one and the numbers come back, do we look at it again because of that?
So through the chair, one thing that you'll note in the transportation master plan is a recommendation for ongoing traffic monitoring. Now, staff in the last 3 years, we've increased that program quite a bit. We've purchased a traffic counter. We use our stealthy device there, the Black Cat, to capture data as well. And anytime that we're able to receive traffic data from developers or other design works, we collect that all into one big traffic model. And so that's where, you know, if there is changes over time with the traffic patterns, we'll sort of get that through the monitoring program.
Thank you very much. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry. Next is poison ivy control, F3.2. Mr. Burke.
Thank you to the chair. So this report summarizes a bit of a history of complaints through the in the public roadside as well as in the parkland for poison ivy and other noxious weeds. The report does summarize the history of what we have done with noxious weed programs from the Ontario Weeds Act, which really applies fairly specifically to the agricultural industry, as well as a combination of approach with SSEA or Severn Sound Environmental in monitoring and managing hogweed, which is you know, an invasive and noxious weed within the roadsides. We developed a program in 2022, I believe it was, for that. And this is to enhance, once again, our noxious weed response. So we've proposed a new policy that defines how we would treat roadside, how we would treat parkland, both like sort of proactively in the parks and reactively in the roadside, and sets an estimated budget for 2023. We're pretty well funded here, but 24 will be a budget you know, item in that operating budget.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
I had a question, Chair.
I didn't look up. Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. We just played golf there last week in Port Severn, and there's all kinds of signs. I think signage is a key thing, but if you put signs up in parks, etc., I don't think they can survive the winter. So would you put signs up and then take them down and put them up again in the spring? Because I think signage is very important in addition to spraying as well.
Through the chair, yes, thank you. I missed a bit of my own report. There's definitely a education component to this, where I think it's important to use our platforms, our social media platforms, our signage to give a bit of assistance to those who may not know what it looks like and may not know that its presence is typical in those areas. And those types of signs certainly are year round. We no different than a lot of the other park signage that we have. And, you know, we could be putting those at the parks. That's part of the plan within that policy, is to implement a signage program as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-030 dated August 30th, 2023 with respect to roadside poison ivy control be received, and further that noxious weed control policy be adopted, and further that staff be directed to implement the noxious weed control program in 2024.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by member Taylor, seconded by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Is engineer design services, F3.3. Mr. Burke?
Okay, thank you through the chair. So this summarizes the result of a bidding process to retain the consulting services required to do the two design projects. One is on the Bayou Road, so that's a full redesign, semi-urbanization through basically the highway all the way down to Hedgemere Landing. It'll include sidewalks and some additional street lighting and things like that. A very similar process to Grand Tamarack. And each year we try to address, roads that have significant failure and require replacement or full renewal instead of a rehabilitation. And we do that through this kind of process. The other one does require a municipal class EA Schedule C. I'm on, make sure I'm on the right path here. But it may require municipal class environmental assessment for the realignment of South Sparrow Lake Road. Okay, and any questions to the values?
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Derek. When you mentioned the environmental assessment, and if it needs one, what kind of time frame does that encompass?
Through the chair, it can vary a lot with the complexity of the job. And so if it's a small acquisition of land for the correction of a vertical or a horizontal curve, which is what would be like for South Sparrow Lake Road. If the landowner is apt to work with the township, it's fairly quick process. Satisfying the steps doesn't actually take a defined amount of time. The steps are to engage the public with some public information centers, review alternative options that are available to solve that problem, and close out the project on a notice of study completion. So that can take anywhere from a year to less than a year, depends on the complexity of the problem.
Member Minnings.
Thank you so much, through the chair. The scope of the project specifically for Bayou Road, I just want you to explain to me the language where it says, in the area upstream to Bayou Row, Hedgemere Landing. Are we talking about Bayou Road end to end, like from for this recommendation from Highway 11 to the very end, just past West Shore Crescent at the south side? What specific area of Bayou are you talking about?
Through the chair. So the area does go about halfway through Bayou. So from the highway, which is just, a little bit north of Cumberland Road, down to Hedgemere Landing, which is a break point. You'll see that the road kind of does a three-way intersection there. And that's the limits of the reconstruction design work.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads the Public Works Report W23-028 dated August 30th, 2023 with respect to engineering design services be received. And further that the proposal received by Yateman Engineering in the amount of $237,860 excluding HST be accepted. And further that the additional $82,050 required to complete the work be approved. And further that the deficiency be funded from the Development Charges Reserve Fund and Capital Reserve.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by member Minning, second by member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Okay, next. Decorative lighting. Mr. Burkett. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, through the chair. So this report actually just seeks some clarity and discussion on a project that's been around a few years. This is the project to put decorative street lighting on Muskoka Street in Washago, and it had stemmed from a Villages and Hamlets project from a couple of years back. We had undertaken some efforts to get power out to the main street there, including coordination with Guild Electric and our County Road 169 signalization project. Unfortunately, there was some design changes that wouldn't allow for that service to cross and go up to the area it needed to serve. So we have a bit of a discussion throughout the report here on options, and really it's down to project priority. If committee feels that this is an important project to continue to propose in future year capital budgets like 2024, we certainly can do that. But I sort of look for discussion and direction for this particular project.
Any questions or comments? Member McIntyre.
Yes, through the chair to Derek. This goes back to villages and hamlets that Mark and one other no longer member brought forward with some vigor at the time. I'm still in favor of the decorative lighting. I think it would be of some benefit to the village of Washego, and it would be something we could use for our parades and special events and so on. I'm no engineer by any means, but how do we get the lighting there? I mean, where's the source of the lighting, first of all, that we need to get to there? Can we not take it off of one of the existing light standards and so on?
So through the chair, if I can, so the project is sort of complex in a couple of ways. One, there's no existing streetlight power that is pulled off of the hydro lines and provided a secondary service to us. They're directly hooked on. So unlike Coldwater, where we have a streetlight network that's underground and we have individual poles already ready to take power from, we have a different situation. So what we would need to do is basically provide a brand new power service from the high voltage lines above and pull it down and put pedestal boxes around the downtown, little green pedestals. It's quite the project. It's a big undertaking. Our hope was to use the existing power supply that's at the end of County Road 169 and Muskoka Street that powers the Christmas tree and the signals there to drag a line up. But that was rendered infeasible, due to a number of challenges with the design. So it is a complicated project. It's not impossible, but it's certainly an expensive and complicated project.
Supplemental, if I may, through the chair. Is there not from the other end of the town that we could draw some source of power? There are overhead wires and so on past the post office. Is that not feasible?
Through the chair, all of the power supplies to all the buildings, the canoe and so on, would be the same. So we certainly can grab power. It's just a coordination of having a brand new electrical service from Hydro One with a meter down to the ground, and for our use of decorative street lighting. So it's not that we have to go very far. It's just up, but it's a more coordinated effort with Hydro One and quite robust infrastructure for a brand new service.
Final supplement. You got an idea? Do you have any idea what the cost factor would be to do that?
Through the chair, in past practice, we certainly have achieved this project for anywhere from $20,000 approximately just for grabbing the service. That allows for the drop, Hydro One's fees, and the power pedestal itself. There is some bigger challenges in this particular area in the excavation depths required for subgrade cabling. And so that could be extensive curb and sidewalk removal, asphalt damage, and boulevard removals, which would take that tenfold fairly quickly.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, it was discussed at a previous meeting that maybe use solar lights. And I've seen firsthand here now in Deer Lake, individual trees along the main street have solar lighting, and they can change on the season. They have a green for St. Patrick's Day, red and white for Christmas, and that might be an option of each station be a standalone solar unit.
Yeah, through the chair, we certainly included that in our report that there are options for low voltage systems as well as sort of standalone systems of solar power. And if that's the sort of the desire of committee here, we certainly can investigate that and propose a solution and a project in 24. Like I said, we were just looking for some ideas of project priority. If this is a project we really wanted to continue to endeavor, it's a bit of a challenging one, but we're certainly up to the challenge if committee directs us to.
Member Minnings.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. I understand everything that you had written and included in there. My thinking went towards the economic development strategy. I know it's later on today's agenda, and if there is a potential future opportunity to link the conversation about lighting into our businesses that are existing. And when I think of the Weshego Main Street, perhaps there is an opportunity to work together with them and help put lighting maybe on their existing buildings using their existing lighting, et cetera. So I just wanted to not lose that opportunity to bring others into the conversation as absolute stakeholders in something. But I absolutely agree with what you've presented as far as what you've been asked to do for this one. So thank you.
Member Brennan.
Through the chair to Derek. I think Mark Taylor's suggestion is a very interesting one, and I can't imagine there isn't a solar system being developed these days that might do the job that hopefully could be done for under the 20,000 that you talked about. I think that's worth exploring. I don't know. I think we should at least explore that if we can.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And I think as you've written in the report, for our budget deliberations for next year, maybe have some costs for us as far as solar. And Member Taylor, if you could send us pictures of those, or maybe send them to Derek, that'd be great. Just to give us an idea of what they look like.
Will do.
Thank you. And also to Derek, there are now really good sets of solar lights with their own solar panel on them that can be put in. Like I have one that I bought as a test, and it's lasted for 18 months, and through the winter months the lights still went on. So they can, it's only got a small, but I'm sure you're going to look into it. And I know Collingwood and a lot of other ones too, but it would be handy if we could have something that wasn't too much clutter on the street because of the winter snow removal. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion will read then that Public Works Report number W23-06 dated August 30th, 2023, with respect to decorative lighting, Muskoka Street, be received, and further, the committee directs staff to advance option 2 during the 2024 capital budget deliberations.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now we're on to Woodrow Road Bridge replacement design. Mr. Burke.
Yes, thank you to the chair. So this report just summarizes the bidding process for retaining the consulting services to replace the Woodrow Road Bridge. And I put a bit of a history in here as well, that we had retained Tatham Engineering in the past to do a bridge planning study that was both on Town Line and Woodrow Road, being the two bridges that were kind of up next for renewal. And they did a number of works, including the alternatives analysis, some geotechnical work, and legal survey. And so this just extends that design work into detailed design, and we are recommending RJ Burnside obtain that work in the amount of $147,811. There is an additional $50,000 required to fund that project in the approved budget for 23.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-029 dated August 30th, 2023, with respect to Woodrow Road Bridge replacement design be received, and further that the proposal received by RJ Burnside Associates Limited in the amount of $147,811.02, excluding HST, be accepted, and further that the additional $50,500 required to complete the work be approved, and further that the deficiency be funded from the capital reserve.
Thank you. I'm moving to seconder, please. Moved by Member Burkett, second by Member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we're going to move on now to the West Street Extension private bridges.
I'm afraid, I think you've missed one. Madam
Nope.
Chair, it's the cold water treatment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll go there. Still in Coyer.
Through the chair, yes, still in Coldwater. So this is just a summary of the bidding process for the new roof at the water treatment plant on Sheridan Drive, and we did a proposal based response. This is a design build type contract, and the best highest scoring respondents was T. Hamilton and Son Roofing in the amount of $103,860. There was an additional option to have that approximately $13,000 less. However, we are recommending this particular product and this particular approach to design for the amount of time that the new asset would give us in terms of service life. So that is our recommendation, and it does require some additional funds from the Water Reserve surplus account.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads the Public Works Report number W23-027 dated August 30th, 2023 with respect to cold water treatment plant roof replacement be received, and further that the proposal received by T. Hamilton and Son Roofing Inc. in the amount of $103,860 excluding HST be accepted, and further that the additional $26,000 required to complete the work be approved, and further that the deficiency be funded from the water surplus reserve.
Thank you. A mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to West Street Extension Private Bridges. What I'd like to do here, and I've talked to Mr. Burke about it, is we've all read that there's a background, but Mr. Burke's going to give us a background on this, and anyone else, if the mayor wants to step in and add anything. And then what we'll do is we will go to the analysis, and we'll start with number one so we stay on topic and everything can run smoothly so everybody's on the same page. So Mr. Burke, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just a quick background, the Coldwater Utah Trail section off Sturgeon Bay has a tramway, a piece of land that's used for the trail that is an option for connecting approximately 4 properties, which would allow for the removal of some private bridges across the Coldwater River that have been in the past a concern, certainly for flooding condition as well as general access to those properties. The group of property owners there had approached the township, and probably even predates 2021, but certainly more formally in 21, and request that they be permitted to construct a private driveway or private road effectively alongside the trail to access those 4 properties, and then therefore would not require those private bridges. There's a couple of motions referenced in here that certainly directed staff to investigate and prepare a license of occupation for the purpose. There's also been a bit of a history in terms of ensuring that those private bridges are removed in the future as part of the agreement, and there's been a couple of other requests, including the EIS and some gates and things like that were required to be considered in the license of occupation. So fast forward to now, we have received some back and forth with the property owners and staff, and we've summarized them in the analysis section by bullet point, and maybe we can discuss each one as it goes, probably starting with the sort of biggest one, which would probably be the financial security. I guess the first one's the relocation of the trail.
So we'll start with number one, the relocation of the Utah Trail. So if you have any comments on that, or does anyone have any questions or comments on this one? Member Burkett.
Through Madam Chair, can we have something on the screen, like show the map? And then I'd like to see, and I think it was in Member Taylor's time and Madam Chair's time, where's the tramway in relation to the trail that Council of the Day bought to alleviate some of these bridges, just so that everyone's on board? There's a long history of this area, and I'm still a little confused, even though I've been dealing with it for the last 13 years. It would be nice just to reference everything so that we're all on the same page.
Notes can work if you want to direct traffic there, Derek.
Thank you to the chair. I'll kind of give a bit of a summary of the map on the screen. And so if we work down near the bottom there, that is Sturgeon Bay entrance. So very, very bottom right corner.
Right by the beer store.
Right by the beer store, yep. Yeah, all good. Yeah, so that's the parking lot. Now that's one of our 3 main trailheads, pretty actively used, and it is a paved section of land that actually is a paved trail network for the majority of the stretch in question. And I'm not entirely sure what year that was completed, but I could guess around 2015, 16, no, 17. Okay. Oh, older. Yes, fair enough. So that was our only paved section of trail in the township of the 30 kilometers of trail that we have. And if you move on the other side of the map there, the yellow is the proposed alignment for either a access way or the relocation of a granular trail in lieu of the Utah trail that's paved now, which is a proposal by the applicants. Moving up a little bit, so that's West Street Extension. That's a project that the township's undertaking to alleviate one of the bridges. It's a Reinberg Street Bridge, which is in poor condition, and we've just shown there the extension of cul-de-sac bulb that solves the 6 properties on Reinberg Street's access. So very similar condition. 6 and 8, they're in blue. That's served by a private bridge in range number A. And those are not party to this particular LOC at this time. I believe the residents have removed themselves from that process. You can see that one of the 2 properties actually fronts on the extension of West Street, which is perhaps why. But nonetheless, moving up to the orange section there, that's one property served by one bridge, number B. And they are party to this LOC as well, looking for access. And I've just sort of sketched on the in red there, a potential extension of driveway to what would be the new private road adjacent to the trail. And last but not least is in the green, and that's going to be served by the large kind of a trestle style bridge. It is in a previous rail bridge as well, wood construction, and has multiple piles into the Coldwater River. Has a history of blocking ice and other debris as well. It's a private bridge, and it serves it's actually I believe 3 properties there. Yeah, 30, 28, and 26 are the numbers. Can't see it on the screen per se, but they could be effectively served by that, just a one private road extension onto private property, connecting their existing shared entrance features now. So that's kind of a summary of the history of the lands, I think.
But I just want to add a little from earlier. The rationale for us buying that tramway or that railway spur was that if anything ever happened to the bridges or they had to come out, we bought that assuming that it would be a good roadbed and a way for those houses to not have bridges. And then that's why we put the trail the way we did and then the other in. So anyway, if we go to number 1, which is relocation of the Utah Trail. So can discuss it, or do you want questions? That's on the fact that they've requested to revise it to relocate the Utah Trail to the paved side, not the granular side. Go ahead.
So yeah, through the chair, I think a good discussion would be useful on this. It's so this is applicant driven. This is the applicant proposing to us to basically take control over our paved surface and provide a alternative granular surface for the Utah Trail. So, there's certainly some pros to that approach. The Snowmobile Club currently comes through the turn there that would be across the West Street extension and would align with the new granular trail, which would limit the conflict of the proposed private access. But then on, the contrary, it does take away sort of a service level of the only stretch of paved trail that we have in the township, a reduction of service. And it also offers some crossing issues. The private road would, cross that 3-year two at least locations of the Utah Trail.
Any questions, comments? The one thing, Derek, when you spoke to that, I'm sorry, Member Taylor and then Member Jansen.
Oh, thank you. So, Derek, what about the parking on Sturgeon Bay Road there? What will happen with that?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe it would kind of remain the same. There's quite a large, about 20-meter stretch of asphalt there, and the parking stalls are parallel in line with the trail's orientation. So those residents, would be using a small portion of that as private laneway as well, private roadway, to get into their more delineated private roadway.
Yeah, I'm just questioning with the number of cars that park there now. There's going to be a lot less if there's a roadway through there.
Through the chair, I mean, there still has to be an access laneway for a parking area regardless. So there's maybe a loss of 1 or 2 spaces directly adjacent to the proposed entrance.
Okay, that's all I've got just for now. Thanks.
Member Jansen?
Yes, through the chair to Mr. Burke. I think what's being proposed here is quite a significant change to what the community, I guess, has come to expect of the trail there, that the access to the paved portion of the trail and not having any vehicular traffic going through that area. I'm wondering if there's any need for a public consultation process that the public can have a say in this. Also, looking at that paved portion, there are some spots that are deteriorating. I'm not sure who would be responsible for the maintenance of the paved trail, as well as is that trail actually wide enough right now to service vehicles, or would work need to be done to make it acceptable for a roadway? It doesn't look wide enough from the picture.
Yeah, through the chair, if I can. So to start with the public consultation, by all legislative requirements, the answer would be no. I don't think there's a certain requirement for that. Council or committee here could certainly direct staff to undertake a version of that. But from a strictly legislative perspective, no, we wouldn't need to do a public consultation on some amendment of asset like this. The second part, I think, was about, the width, or the condition, rather, the condition. So currently the operations team at the Public Works Department, in combination with REC, maintains the trail. So we do maintain the asphalt surface as well. It does require some repair. It's starting to get into a stage where we need to do some localized repair of the asphalt. But nonetheless, that's currently our responsibility. Going forward in the proposal, that would be the license holder's responsibility for maintenance, and including winter control and things like that. The last part would be the width. So the width certainly is for some discussion. That would be a condition of the license of occupation, and some of the width requirements would depend on whether they are desiring and need emergency access and that sort of thing. We do set a baseline standard of approximately 4 meters of drivable surface with not a bunch of encumbrances within the meter on either side, and some grade specs, but this is pretty flat. It used to be a railway corridor, so the grade's probably fine. I hope that answers the 3 questions.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So my last municipality had a trail that bisected a slew of properties through it, being Tay, our neighboring municipality. There are quite a few sections through that municipality where roads cross the trail, and forever and a day there is an issue and concern with safety with respect to if the driveway or the roadway is going to be on the left and the trail's on the right, and the property's even further over on the right. So as proposed here, so they'd have to drive over the trail to access the property. Bear in mind that piece that they're proposed to drive over is also going to be the snowmobile trail, or is the snowmobile trail. So at any point in time that they are going in and out of their property, There's that piece of safety concern with respect to interactions between those using the trail, whether daytime, nighttime, if it's snowmobile season, or people during the day, if they're biking or walking or what have you. Also with respect to when they start over time to cross the trail, with whether it's their winter snow maintenance vehicles, like they've put a plow on the front of a pickup or what have you. The wear and tear on the trail for them crossing, and shoulders, and I don't know, we've all seen it on highways where roads start to get a bit of a pocket where they get crossed on a regular basis with snowmobiles. The consideration there is who's responsible for the maintenance to ensure that where those crossings do occur. So say if it's only result of the cross cut across from the driveway to the properties, is it the responsibility of those property owners to ensure that portion of the trail is maintained at the same grade that it's originally rebuilt at? Because those maintenance costs come up regularly for your neighboring municipality. In particular, though, the hazard of the trail usage with the driveway crossing thing is a particular concern, and it's the reason why many of the other neighboring municipalities have limited access to their trails, is to avoid issues like this. So people come out from this side and the folks are whipping along on bikes and don't see the truck coming out before it's too late. I'm not saying that those coming from those properties would not be careful of that. It's as much the trail user on the other side being aware that someone's exiting. So
thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So I'll go to Member McIntyre, Member Brennan, and then Member Burkett.
I think, Madam Chair, that the clerk answered my question with the safety aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Brennan.
Thank you, through the chair, to Derek. I sure don't like the idea of our municipal trail assets being negatively affected. I don't have an intimate association with this area, but God knows it's hard enough to maintain high quality trails and so forth without making compromises left, right, and center. And I'm also concerned that while we save some private people fencing costs, etc., what's the taxpayer got to pay for this?
Mr. Burke?
Yeah, through the chair, the financial impact, where it might be a little bit unknown long-term, at least up front, our anticipations would be full cost borne onto the license holder, the group of parties that are presenting the idea. So that would include, cost of construction of the relocation of the trail, some amendments to the existing trail if required for access and part of the LOC. We don't expect any costs up front for what is being proposed here, but you're right. There probably is some negative impact to the proposal at large over the trail network, being a degradation of the service from asphalt to granular.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. And I want to have I see the chief sitting here, and we haven't mentioned anything about emergency services, but I don't want to ask you that yet. Can we bring the map back up, please? I just want to ask Derek a question. So what we're trying to alleviate is right now has a problem. 6 and 8 have a problem with their bridges and with the bridge that's there. And I know that they're not part of the discussion today. The bulb, where we're proposing the extension of West Street, where the brown section stops and where the purple section begins, who owns that little green section in between the two? Right where the bulb ends, there's a little, right in there. Who owns that?
Yeah, through the chair, so we do retain 20 meters of property from sort of the top end of that property line down. The remainder is taken under easement. And the reason for that is, there's a likely extension of this roadway in the future upon development application. We recognize that in the transportation master plan as well. So that's what we own a portion about 20 meters wide, well, exactly 20 meters wide, against the green to blue. So that property has frontage.
So I have concerns and I want to help the people there. I've met with them many times, but I see a problem using our trail. I see a problem, as Madam Clerk and as others have said here, crossing this. It may seem that it's okay now talking about it, but I see a problem.
Yeah,
I see a problem with snowmobilers and confrontation, and I just am struggling with that. Can the homeowners on A, B, and C on their own property, and I don't know if this is allowed, can they build some sort of roadway on their own property without any environmental assessment studies, without any applications to the township to hook up to where our bulb ends? Is that something we can look at? Because again, if they're going to use our roadway, and we haven't even spoken to the chief yet, are there concerns now if they're going to use the tramway or the trail? Are they going to require that our fire trucks and our ambulances end up servicing all those homes? Because as it stands today, I think we will not go across those bridges. They have to walk across if there's an emergency. I think I'm correct by stating that, but I'm curious as to them doing what I just suggested, building their own, and they may not be in favor of it. It would have to go back to them, but.
Through the chair, if I can, certainly that's we've seen that a few different times where private property owners will request a right of way through another property. It's registered, it's surveyed, it's an instrument on title, and it gives a private property owner access to their property through private lands on a private roadway. We have lots of this. North end of the township, any of the cottage roads that we have, there's lots of that. And it is certainly a viable option. It's still an application to the township, I believe through consent. And yeah, ooh, look, I'm trying my planning hat. But the process is possible for sure.
Supplementary, Madam Chair, if I may, when you're saying consent, Derek, so even though they're trying to build even a pathway from the green to the brown to the purple to end up on our bulb, they still have to come to the office to ask for permission. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair to Member Burkett's question, I see our clerk has just actually drawn on the map there. It looks like in blue. So yes, it happens very frequently at Committee of Adjustment these days that someone comes forward with the permission of their neighbor to establish a private right-of-way over their neighboring lands in order to get to their property. As Mr. Burke said, it's very common in cottage country. We have lots of private roads, private bridges, all that kind of thing in the northern end of our township. So essentially, the folks say at 10 River Street, they would need permission from 6 and 8 River Street. And then all the folks in green there at the top end of the map, they would need permission from 10 River Street as well as 6 and 8 to cross that property. In order to do it so that it's registered on title and goes with the land, should someone sell, should someone, put up a stink, whatever, that's where that consent process through the township, the surveying, that formal process comes into play. Certainly, we have lots of non-registered right-of-ways in this township, and that's what we're seeing a lot now at Committee of Adjustment is people coming forward trying to put that on title, trying to legalize that. But we do definitely have a lot of properties in this township that are accessed over their neighbor and have long-standing informal access arrangements. Certainly, planning department's point of view and probably also emergency services, we would encourage them to do it through a legal right-of-way process rather than an informal situation. I think you had asked, would they need an EIS or environmental? It depends what kind of property they're going through. In most cases, they do not when it's on private property like that. We still do recommend a standard for emergency services for emergency access of that 4 meters wide. So very similar, again, to every other private road. We've seen 2 new private roads within the last year in the township, and this would be very similar to that.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may. So all the costs will be borne by the landowners. Nothing would be borne by the taxpayers because it's on private property. My only other question, are they able to hook up to the bulb? Because when they bought the tramway, there was never any thought to building a new road. And now we're going to a great expense to build a road in behind to service the bridge that we're not going to be able to use anymore. So this now gives them an opportunity to hook up to the bulb if we're allowed.
And I just want to remind, maybe as part of this, while this is the private road option is certainly a viable one. The reason why the municipality has been considering this is that at the end of the goal, our goal is to get rid of the bridges that are crossing the river because of the hazards they've been proposing. So if they're no longer working with us and they're going the private road mechanism, it's a matter of what mechanism then do we have to make them remove those bridges. So just a piece of food for thought then.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the bridge was to fall in the water today, whose responsibility is it if they're a private bridge? Like I think the struggle with the landowners is they don't have the or the funds to provide the securities to take down those bridges or to leave it with us. And I think that was one of the things that they were struggling with. But I guess my question is, if the bridge did fall in, who actually has to take it out?
I think that's number 2.
I believe.
Want to move on to that then?
Sure. I believe if the bridges did fall in the river today, that they would be the responsibility of the private owners.
Any more questions on the relocation of the Utah Trail? Okay, let's go to number 2. Sorry, Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Oh, wait, I got 2 more up here.
Through the chair, just to confirm the West Street Extension cul-de-sac. So a connection certainly is possible. It's really no different than the 6 entrances that we will be approving on that road allowance, so long as you have frontage. And if this particular event was a private road, then, subject to a private road, consent application, and that would be a condition to connect to West Street.
Member Taylor, then Member Jansen.
I think Member Jansen's first, and then I'll go after him.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. I'm not really in support of using the paved portion for some of the reasons that were mentioned today. Crossing the path and the safety hazards associated with it. I'd be more supportive of this private road that goes through, either that or maybe a connection from that cul-de-sac to the orange part of the trail at the end of the new cul-de-sac to be created, and then following the Utah Trail on the orange section. And I do know the homeowners have some concerns, I guess, with the environmental assessment that may need to be done. The pictures that you showed earlier do show some very swampy areas of that orange section, but I do think that would be a better solution than having a driveway all the way at the end of the Sturgeon Bay Road access point where there are cars currently parked right now, and it doesn't seem to make sense to have 2 roadways that are parallel to one another on West Street, and then this new private access laneway.
Thank you. Member Taylor?
Yeah, further to what Member Jansen said, I said, if we were to entertain using the existing trail to become a road, we should definitely have the public input for sure. And B, what the clerk said about if you connect to the new West Street Road, we want assurances financially that the bridges come out. And C, we have lots of private roads that have private bridges and if their bridge goes out, that's unfortunately, it's a private road and a private bridge. So we've got to be very careful that we treat this area the same as every area else in the township dealing with private roads and bridges.
Any other questions or comments on number 1? Member Minnings.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want clarification for my own understanding on the township's responsibility, role, liability in creating a road as what, so whether it's the citizens do a private road or whether the West Street extension continues on to service the homes right to the end of the map that's shown through expropriation or whatever. So was that ever part of the history or the discussion? I just need to understand the responsibilities here, because I'm hearing about the bridges. I know what I think about the trail, etc. And then we've got homeowners in the middle who are basically landlocked. So thank you.
I think I can answer that. That trail was bought as a trail, but it was also because we were worried about if those bridges ever went out, how would any paramedic fire get to the people on those private bridges? And there was a discussion in 2000 and I'm going to say 13. And that's when a motion was passed that the bridges had to come out before that was part of a condition before that road went through. So those homeowners had assumed in the past that when a road went through, it was going there, not the West Street extension. Just giving you a little history. Oh, all right.
Through the chair, the one thing I think I heard as a question was, how are new roads how are they new created? And generally speaking, there's only two real forms. One is development. So development applications come with, servicing requirements, which creates new municipal maintained roadways. The other is to, solve challenge. And Rhinebird Street's a good example where, we've undertaken a municipal class EA. The EA recommended that a new road, fairly rare for the municipality to create a new road, a new municipally serviced and maintained roadway. But in this very rare instance, it was the preferred alternative to replacing the bridge that was more of a challenge. And so that's kind of how, year-round, everyday municipal roads are created, development or very, very interesting circumstance like this.
Madam CAO.
Thank you. I feel for Councillor Minnings because I also find this very confusing. I came late to this party as well. But you had a question about would we extend the road? And I think in general, that would be a council decision, but the answer would generally be no, because we don't create roads for private access. That, as we mentioned, we've got lots of private roads, so it would be up to the homeowners. And just to pick up something that Director Burke said, we are doing West Street extension to solve our bridge problem, which is Rhinebird Bridge. We own Rhinebird Bridge. That's our problem to solve. The challenge is these bridges are private bridges, so it's their challenge to solve. And we're trying to work with them because, yes, if the bridges fall in the river, that is their liability. But at the end of the day, we're probably going to have some downstream cleanup that we have to do. So that's sort of how we got to this point, I think. I hope that helps.
Any more questions, comments on this? Okay, so let's go to number 2, bridge removal.
Thank you, through the chair. So this section just discussed the proposal by the applicants for bridge removal, which is a timeline. I think that was actually staff's recommendation as well, to set, a limitation of 5 years and 10 years for, the various bridges there. And that relates to their condition. One is in worse condition than the other. However, there was a request for consideration of no security, or at least a significant reduction in the amount of securities posted for that. Staff do not recommend that. The options have been reviewed for placing on, some form of taxation or those sorts of things, and that wouldn't be a normal application of those mechanisms. We do still recommend securities be posted for the removal of the bridges to ensure that they are gone within the 5 and 10 year mark.
Any questions or comments on this? Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. So I understand the securities part of it. Bridge A and B are not a problem. Bridge C is the problem. And I didn't, is it in the report here when that would have to come down, or is that part of the 10-year plan?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, upon the applicant's request, A, which is 6 and 8 River Street, have removed themselves from this process.
Lost me, sorry, Derek, you've lost me there. Supplementary, if I may, through the chair.
So further correspondence that we've received, they've identified that the parties of 6 and 8, the blue and the A bridge, do not want to participate in the LOC application.
So supplementary, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. A is the problem bridge. That's the one is that the problem bridge that they can't get across? Or this is it? Or
C is the problem.
No, I think it's A.
Through the chair, just C is the larger in better condition bridge, but it does offer the most significant opportunity for damming. And so C causes the town a potential of flood risk. It's probably in the best condition overall. B is in fairly poor condition. There's concerns with emergency access. I believe the person occupying there is concerned for sure for access to emergency services, and it requires repair. A is kind of in a medium state. They are currently using it. But all three bridges are constructed around the same time, a little bit dissimilar materials, but all are in fairly poor condition. But A has removed themselves from this process. So they're not actually at the table today with this report.
So supplementary, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. So we're having a discussion now about securities. A doesn't want to participate in the discussion at all. And it's the worst. That's what I was getting at. It's the worst bridge of them all. Is it not the one with the elderly lady on it?
B.
Oh, B is. Okay. B is. Well, if they're going to put in their own road, because I'm not in favor of them using our trail, like I'm struggling with that. I can just see what's going to happen. It's just a Pandora's box. Just because of the nature we are as humans and the fights that they may have to tackle crossing that. If they were to put in their own private road and hook up to our bulb, are we still going to ask them for securities on the bridge if the responsibility, the onus is on them should the bridge fall into the water? And the only one that's causing flooding in cold water is Bridge C. It's the one that actually needs to come down, and it's the one that's in the best of shape. And I haven't even asked the chief about fire services and what it entails on any one of these recommendations. We haven't even heard from him.
Mr. Burke? Or do you want the chief to speak?
Through the chair, I think just to go back on if we do a sort of completely different, this is an LOC at this moment. That's what this conversation, is really focused on. If it's a blue option that the applicants present to us next, we'll certainly undertake that. And, it is, staff's recommendation to tie the two, but not necessarily if committee feels that those two are not the same. The creation and consent of a private roadway is possible without requiring securities for the bridge removals. The towns really, I believe, the history that I understand from committees and councils of the past is that there's an interest in removing the private bridges with any mechanisms possible.
Supplementary, if I may, through you, Madam Chair, but what we're doing as a township is holding them ransom. We have bridges that are in, they need to come out, but are we going to sit here and hold these people ransom and require securities? And that's what we're doing. We're no worse off than the mafia. I'm sorry. Like, that's what we're asking. We're asking for securities, and we just need safe passage for these people to get out. This private road would never have been contemplated. And the only reason we're discussing it today is because we have a problem with the Rainbridge Bridge. We're building a road. We're building a road with a bulb, which gives them the opportunity to hook up to it. Just my thoughts. I'm sorry I said that, but
Okay, Madam CAO.
Yeah, through the chair, respectfully, I think that's a bit of a misdirection there. We are not in the business of providing private access. So we generally don't do it. We don't do it all over the north end of the municipality. So we're not holding these people ransom. We're looking for a way to partner with them to meet their needs and meet ours. So if we didn't have a concern about the private bridge, we wouldn't be having these discussions, because then it would be a private access that would be their issue and not our problem to solve. So we're just looking for a partnership. I don't think we're doing anything untowards to these people. I think we're trying to find a way that we can work with them to meet their needs, because they want the bridges gone too, because they're not safe for emergency services. So they have an interest, like they've come to us with this interest. So their interest is to get safe emergency services. Our interest is to get the bridges removed so that the town doesn't flood downstream. So I think that was a bit unfair.
That's exactly how it is, because they came to us and that's their biggest concern.
Yeah. If I can just maybe help focus the discussion a little bit, though, because I'm not sure that we need to go through all 8 points if we're going to change point number 1. So point number 1 was, do we want the trail on this? Do we want their access on or that side of the trail? And I think what I'm hearing loud and clear is we don't want access on the trail. We want them to consider doing proper consent right-of-way applications to come off of West Shore.
Thank you.
West Street. So I think you probably stop there and direct staff to go back and talk to the applicants about what that looks like and come up with a new proposal that might be palatable to council.
Sorry, I agree. And the other palatable one would be, because this is going nowhere in the next 4 months, which I can see it's still going to go back and forth and back and forth. We need to also think to maybe suggest, if you put the map up, that a driveway just come from the C bridge to the property with the B bridge. But I don't think that the fire or the ambulance can go across the C bridge. Chief? Sorry, I just need to understand that, because this is their biggest concern. The ambulance is their biggest concern. And I think the fire is also a concern, even though I know what it would. But the C bridge, you can't go across, ambulances or fire cannot go across that railway bridge. Through to Chief? Or you?
May I start?
Yep.
Respectfully, I feel very sorry for them, but we have many private roads that are in the same scenario. We call private roads or their driveways. So people are responsible to get themselves to the end of the driveway. I feel like if you're going to do a one special for this one property, you're going to open up big can of worms throughout the township.
That's not what I'm asking. I just want to understand, everybody to understand why this came forward. It hadn't come forward for quite a few years, since 2013. Now it's come forward due to the fact of B is worried, the son is worried about his mom and the ambulance. This is why it came forward. So I just want to confirm that an ambulance or a fire truck can't go across A, B, or C.
To the chair's comment. So I'm a little reluctant to speak to the paramedics, whether or not they would cross it or not, because I really don't know their policies when it comes to those bridges. From a fire standpoint, because of the weight of our vehicles, we will not cross it. But we have put stuff in place to ensure that we can still make access. We've already talked to our staff, especially when the Rhinebridge Street came. We already know our fire trucks can't go over it, but we have a procedure in place to deal with those situations where we'll park in front of the bridge, string hose across, and fight the fire the best we can.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarified for everybody's knowledge, that we still can protect them, and the ambulance probably can park and stretch her over and back. But that's not our business, so that's what they'll have to deal with. Okay. Do you want to deal with what the CAO talked about? Is there any other further discussion on any other point anybody wanted to bring forward? Or Minnings?
I'm happy with what the CAO proposed.
Anyone else?
The clerk just needs a moment to work on a motion.
So can I get Katie to speak to the planning issue, just to clear that one up too, about private roads?
Yes, to the chair's comment. Currently, our zoning bylaw states that if you have an existing right of way, so that would be a legal right of way registered on title, you are eligible for building permits. So the proposal, which sounds like it's off the table now, to utilize the trail, because that would be public lands. You can't give a right of way over public lands. So those people would not be eligible for building permits or further development of those properties. It does appear right now that those properties are eligible for permits, because it appears that Bridge C is accessed with a private right of way for those surrounding properties. And then the other folks basically have their own bridges. So if there was a legal right of way established at the end of the new West Street extension, then essentially that would solve their problems, very similar to other people in the township who have those legal right of ways existing.
Or if, another private bridge gave direct access over the river. Similarly, we have lots of other private bridges, as was mentioned. So I think those are really the two options that would secure potential development rights for the future of those properties.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Katie, I'm a little confused. What you just said to us, like if they were going to use the trail, they would, is that what you're talking about?
So through the chair to member Burkett, so if they were going to use the trail,
yes,
the trail is owned by the municipality.
Correct.
So you cannot do a legal right of way over the trail, and it would not be a municipal road.
Okay.
Therefore, they would not be eligible for building permits because they don't have a legal right of way and they don't have access from a year-round municipally maintained or public authority maintained road. So the access through the trail would make those properties ineligible for building permits. If they had a legal right of way, say through their neighbor's property, they would be eligible for building permit.
So supplementary through you, Madam Chair. So you're saying if they put in their own private road, which is nothing, so they're now able to pull a building permit? Is that what I'm hearing? It's a private road that they own, not us.
Through the chair to member Burkett's question, if they did it through the Committee of Adjustment consent process to establish a legal right of way,
yes,
then they would be eligible for building permits.
Ah, interesting.
Because that's the way our zoning bylaw currently reads, is that you need a legal right of way or you need access directly from a road maintained year-round by a public authority. So a township road, a county road, etc.
Okay. And I want to apologize for my comments. It's just this has been ongoing for 13 years, and these people, it may be longer. And we need to come to some sort of resolve. Like this has to come to an end at some point. We have to give them, and thank you, Derek, for those three options. But, it has to come to an end at some point. We have to give these people, and it's only because of that bulb and the West Street extension that we're able to do this.
Member Chair.
Yeah, through the chair to Katie. But in some cases with a private road, if it's zoned shoreline residential 3, then you can get building permits from that. But so you're saying a private road not on water can still get a building permit?
Katie, go ahead. Explain that.
I'm hoping you say yes.
Through the chair to member Taylor's question, it is in our zoning bylaw that if there is a legal right of way, then you can obtain a building permit. So it depends on the situation. If you're thinking about a specific property unrelated to this application, I would have to look into that property before we could say anything back to those property owners.
I'll get back to you. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, I think you had that up on the screen. The motion. Maybe. There we go. It's not. Can you make it big? Okay. All right.
I can read it. So the motion reads now then that the Public Works Report W23-024 dated August 30th, 2023, with respect to the West Street extension, private bridges be received, and that committee directs staff to correspond with the River Street property owners respecting the construction of a private road from the end of the new West Street extension to service their properties and the required consent application.
Their expense.
I just have a couple comments. If this goes back to them, it obviously has no control over the removal of the bridges. And I'm going to suggest that they'll probably fix the bridge because it's just it's a lot of things going on right now, but that's up to them. And so it would be more financially feasible for them to do that. But I just believe that I have a feeling about this because of the fact that we initially said that would be it, the road for them, and that would help them. And thus they did depend on that idea. And it doesn't look like now it's going to go through. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by member Taylor, seconded by member Minnings. All in favor? Okay. Do we want to stop for lunch?
Believe Cassidy's just picking it up. She'll message me when it's back, so we could try and get a couple extra little bits done.
We'll move on to administration. Do we want to do the land sale inquiry? Okay, let's go to F 4.2. And that would be Madam Clerk, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Staff received an inquiry just early or late spring. At this point in time, no one had any concerns with respect to the sale of this piece of road allowance. It's important to notice this piece of road allowance doesn't connect to anything else. It dead ends at the end of this property. There's no connection to make it a longer piece of road allowance. It's pretty isolated. If council were to support the land sale inquiry, next steps would be appraisal and survey, and then we would report back.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we have a motion?
Certainly. So the motion reads that Administration Report A23-034 dated August 9th, 2023 regarding land sale inquiry, road allowance abutting 1478 Balkwell line be received, and that the land sale inquiry be approved, and for that staff report back once the required survey and appraisal work have been completed.
Thank you very much. A mover and a seconder. Moved by member Minning, seconded by member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Now we'll go to Kelly's Road. No, I mean, sorry, St. Amand Road. Member Taylor, you had a verbal?
Oh, so yeah, G1 is Kelly's Road?
Yes.
Okay, through the chair. So you saw the emails that came from two property owners on Kelly's Road. And we've had, it's definitely a problem there. And I can either say my 2 cents or let Allison speak, but basically, in the past, if we knew a big event was happening in that area, we actually put additional no parking signs on the opposite side of the road, Port Severn Road South for a distance, and also Kelly's Road. So I think we really have to put our heads together here, because it's the wild, wild west there, and the roads are blocked. So I'm throwing out 2 options there, is that whether we put signage that say no parking on both sides of Kelly's Road on Saturdays and Sundays, or what we did in the past with bylaw, put up temporary no parking on opposite side of Kelly's Road and Port Severn Road South for weekends, or if we know there's an influx of traffic coming from a bass tournament or something like that. But I think it's gotten worse. And since we have a free boat launching area there, it's not only the road, it's actually the boat launch as well. So I sympathize with people that have to get up to the marina, and also people that have cottages on Blake Street at the very end. If you see the email from Mrs. Taylor there. So I'll maybe let Allison respond to what I've asked for there. And if anybody else on the committee would like to have their comments as well.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So I'm not sure Member Taylor is going to like everything I have to say. I know the Director of Public Works and I would definitely not be in favor of any temporary in and out parking restrictions. They are very difficult to do, hard to get traction for the public to know when they can and when they can't. Beyond that, I'd just like to mention that our bylaw officer has been up there almost every weekend that she has worked on every shift. And granted, she has not worked every shift, and it is a large municipality and she cannot be there all the time. But she has not laid a single ticket all summer. The 1 or 2 instances where she's seen congestion is normally because people are trying to edge each other out for getting their boats launched. And there's just a lack of exercise and patience with people. Unfortunately, boat launches are notoriously difficult in that my prior municipality in Victoria Harbor, it's a constant headache every weekend down there. They never have enough parking. It's always a mess with the launches. Anytime you have a free launch for the public to use, you can get into these circumstances. I generally, I mean, the director and I can have a look at it. So if council does want to dig into it a bit more, I would suggest it be referred for staff report. And then we could have a look at it. And if there is anything that staff would recommend, bring back to you. But like I said, our officer has not laid a ticket all summer. She was up there this past Saturday. She'll be there again this weekend. Her target this weekend is road allowances and boat launches. So she'll be at as many as she can. And even last summer, we didn't hand out barely any tickets in the same circumstances when we had 2 students. So I think it's a matter of, we'd have to clearly identify exactly the stretch that Member Taylor is identifying as an issue, and whether or not it's functional to actually is, if we take any action, going to result in any behavioral changes, because it's the human behavior that's the problem. So,
Member Meetings.
Thank you. I think there should be no parking signs around boat launches. I'm not specifically familiar with this one. However, I don't dispute what the residents have experienced, especially during fishing tournaments, which I know are popular in that area. There are also, maybe it's a broader report by township staff for no parking signs at other boat launches, because there is one in my ward specifically that gets a lot of complaints. And the other thing I would just say is that the issuance of tickets is not always reflective of what happens. And I know I've had my opinion on that based on what the inspector from the OPP reported today about calls and what the reality is of situations. But I also know that when the township put up no parking signs in my ward a year or so ago, that they were very effective. So I would like to see it go for some more conversation, because it is a real problem and it does create congestion.
So am I hearing that we need a staff report on the broader issue, like on parking? Member Taylor?
Yeah, just to jump in with I think doing nothing is not the answer. We have to come up with some kind of a course of action to remedy the situation there. And contrary to what the clerk said, the weekends in question, cars were parked everywhere, and there should have been, if our bylaw person was there should have been cars and vehicles ticketed for sure.
Okay, so we'll get a staff report then, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Your motion then is that staff report back with a proposed plan respecting traffic, parking, and boat ramp issues, or traffic and parking around boat launch issues.
Thank you very much. Mover in a second. Moved by Member Taylor, second by Member Meetings. All in favor? Carried. We want to go to the consent agenda then?
Sure.
Okay. So the first one up is, lost it. Hang on.
It will be the bridge.
The bridge inspection, D1.1, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. I just wanted to flag this, and I know that you've all read it, but I had asked Laurie if I could have a hard copy, and Allison was kind enough to print it for me, so thank you very much. But beyond that, I know this is the first time I think everyone other than Mark and I, or Mark, Judith and I, that have seen this. When we do our budget in November, you notice the millions of dollars that so we have quite a juggling act to do when we ask for roads that need to be done, because these bridges are far more important, I think. Anyway, I just wanted to comment and say how concerned I am when we do budget. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we need a motion for that?
Madam Chair, just
Councilor Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. Just for interest, Derek, Bridge 41 is actually on concession 4. I think I asked you the last time this went through, but it's still on concession 4, former township of Matchedash. It's not an unknown road. Did Derek hear that?
Chair?
Through the chair, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-025 dated August 30th, 2023 with respect to the biennial bridge inspection program be received as information.
Mover and a seconder. Please. Moved by member Jansen, second by member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. The next one is D 2.3, and I think that is member Brennan. Thank you.
Basically, you have in your package.
Phil.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, in your package, you have this resolution with regard to the retention of the sales, the money with regard to the sales. This one was put together by the Council for the Corporation of the Municipality of St. Charles. And, you know, I mean, their argument is pretty simple and straightforward. It takes time and energy to sell these properties, and it just, to me, seems logical that municipality would benefit from that, particularly when funds are always an issue for municipalities. So to me, I'm just asking for this council to support this resolution, and hopefully we can make a change.
Thank you very much. Do you have a motion, Madam Clerk?
I do, thank you. The motion reads that the Council for the Township of Severn supports the resolution from the Municipality of St. Charles regarding the retention of tax sale proceeds by the municipality.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by member Brennan, seconded by member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Then we go to 2.9, member Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I would ask for a motion that staff look at looking at speed reduction from Santa Maria Road, from Coyer Road to Narrows Road.
You have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Okay, the motion reads, make sure my mic's on, that the request for speed reduction on Santa Maria Road from Corey's Road to Narrows Road be referred for staff report.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by member Taylor, second by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. So now we will go to committee updates. There we go. Okay, let's start with member Brennan. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yeah,
man. Okay.
So here we go again. With regard to the physician recruitment, it's called the Aurelia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment. It was had another name. There's Pat Thor is phasing down and is being replaced by Melanie DeLeon. She's taking over on a phased-in approach over the next few months. The hospital does have a strategic plan posted that may be of interest to you. The websites are looking pretty good, and I think I sent all of you the logo and so forth. So one of the things that to try to encourage additional doctors and medical support in the area is to promote whole self well-being as part of the active recruitment program. And they are also working towards the new hospital and hoping that the new hospital will be designed to promote integrated use in healthcare, which will be far more effective than what we're dealing with right now. So a lot of work being done there and a lot of efforts on the recruitment front. For Otis Park, where did I put that? God, I left the card there. You've seen the big item was the item discussed today. That's been a fairly major item for the park. I'm going to leave you with these cards. I just want to promote the Aurelia Fall Fair on September 8th and 9th. Demolition derbies, arts and crafts, the whole 9 yards. It's a big draw, and it's good for tourism in our area. So I'll hopefully I can leave some of these cards at our front counter, if that would be all right, and I'll give some to each of the councilors so that they can tell our people what we've got going. So that's it there. I just wanted one other update. It's a little off on the community thing, but it's important. And again, I want to thank Mark and Kaylee with SIA. We are moving ahead full steam on the permissions, approvals, and aggregates 1 hour 101 training. You're going to be seeing more about that. Hopefully you've seen the save the date stuff already. October 12th, we will be dealing with the permissions, regulation of pollutions, hazardous waste, dealing with hazardous waste, permits to take water, discussed there, protecting water supplies, and the handling of pesticides. These are all things that do affect us. And what you're going to get is the 101, so you understand how these authorizations work when dealing with businesses and other operations. On September 28th, we have the overview of the aggregate licensing and permit application process. They're going to talk about the technical report requirements, consultation timelines, and where you can find more information on authorizations around aggregates in our community. And September 14th, the first one, again, these are 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's the one on the EA process, the changes that have been taking place. That affects a lot of us or anyone who's trying to start up enterprises, and it includes a question on the renewable energy approval process as well. So I'm hoping there's a big interest. We've invited Aurelia, politicians, and staff, and we're inviting in the northern 8 municipalities to these sessions. We're hoping we get a good turnout. And again, Sia has been tremendous in the promotion of this thing. I've just been basically the contact guy, but and Mark's been great dealing with the board there. I have also indicated to AMO. I'm hoping that they're going to actually sit in on it. We'll see, because I'd like to see this brought to another level through AMO. And not that I'm trying to get out of work or anything, but I really think that well, it would be interesting to see what the response is, but certainly I think it's a good extra training scenario for virtually no cost that AMO doesn't have right now, and I think there's room to help us move ahead with our economic agenda by knowing a little bit more about these things. Thank you.
Okay, Member Jansen.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. For the Segbay Chamber of Commerce, I know that they just held a successful golf tournament and raised funds for the Georgian Bay General Hospital. Many of the members may have attended that golf tournament. It was a success. For the BIA, the Magical World of Witchcraft and Wizardry was a successful event held on August the 12th. It brought lots of people to the community. We have been gone through some training thanks to Ms. Gray. And we're working on updates to our bylaw currently, which I understand will come back to council. On October the 20th, the Witches Walk event, which is quite popular in the community, will take place. And the very next day, October 21st, the Trick or Treat event will take place for kids. There'll be some costume contests and some fun events to bring people in the community, or bring people to the community, and for the community's children to have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Member Taylor.
Okay, thank you. We attended the Segbay Golf on August the 17th. It was a great event. Coyer Mill, our AGM is Thursday, September 21st at 5 o'clock. All of council is invited to come and see what we've been doing. We've just recently installed exterior lighting focused on the friendship pole. So if you go by there at nighttime, it looks quite impressive, actually. Severn Sound Environmental Association, August the 15th, I joined 2 members and observed their field work on McLean Lake. And it was a pleasure to see these 2 knowledgeable professionals, Paula Medill and Nikki Priestman, do their job. So it's a very good association. I'm proud to be part of that. I attended AMO along with a few of the councillors in the CAO, and it was a great success in London. And I also attended the Canal Pursuit event kickoff in Port Severn with the mayor and deputy mayor on August the 19th. And I want to thank again Member Brennan for setting up these Zoom training, which start on September the 14th. So look at you, save the date, and it's going to be very informative. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
I did nothing. I had July off, but I was out every day. I won't tell you what I did. I only had one. I sit on the airport committee, and I sit on the bursary committee. So I had one airport meeting that lasted 3 minutes, and it was in camera, so I can't tell you what happened. But the highlight of the last 2 months was I actually met with the ambassador for China here in Canada and Bruce Stanton invited me to say hello to him, and he wanted to come to the office. I said, why would we come to the office when we have so much to offer in Severn? So I said, why don't we go back? Because he was taking him back to Bayview Wildwood. I said, why don't we go back and show him the brand new bridge that they just put in? And we actually saw it swing 2 or 3 times. So he was quite impressed. Quite a nice man. Anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. I sit on the Aurelia Library Board, rather, and the Culture and Rec Committee here in Severn Township, and neither of those held meetings over the summer, but I'm looking forward to lots of activities starting next month. Thanks.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. We had a very successful art auction on the previous weekend from now. We had Dave Snutch from Romera, Basil Clark, Judith, myself, the mayor, raised $3,600. Very successful. Coffee and refreshments were served. The traffic lights are now fully operational. Some people love them. Some people want to hang me, but that's okay. It will work itself out. And further, I guess last, we have in our community, we have a new food truck. And it seems to be quite a hit at Coopers Falls Road and Highway 11.
Okay.
That's about
Okay, thank you very much. I haven't had a lot of meetings. I've had a lot of things I went to, and I sent out the county highlights. So once again in September, I'm like, Member Minnings, all the committees will start up again. Thank you. Do you want to break for lunch now? Thank you. We'll be back at 12:30. 12:30, half an hour. Oh no, that's only 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 1:45. Give us a half an hour. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Thank you. Okay, we're back and we're going to go to F 4.1, presentation from Jason Kipfer, Executive Director, Growth and Development, on our Economic Development Strategy Phase 1 report and presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm excited to be here with my team today. I'm joined by my colleagues Jen as well as Ab from our Peterborough office. And as we get going this afternoon, I've asked Jen to facilitate the slides. I'm in a remote area of Eastern Ontario, and I believe my internet connection is strong enough for this presentation. But officially, again, thank you very much for the opportunity. We're very pleased to move the development of the township's economic development strategy, hopefully to a close here in phase 1, for the purposes of establishing the township's first economic development strategy. For those of you who don't know Explorer Solutions, we've just really quickly in 30 seconds, we've been around since the mid-90s. We specialize in municipal economic development for rural townships to mid-sized cities, as well as we're involved in airport planning and development. And we work with communities and airports across Canada and the US Midwest. Again, my name is Jason Kipfer. I'm the Executive Director of Growth and Operations, and we're very pleased to have this opportunity to have this discussion today in this presentation and get ourselves ready to transition into phase 2 of the project. Okay, Jen, so just a quick snapshot, a high-level overview of what we're going to be touching upon today. We'll share with you a little bit about our efforts tied to the background research and documentation review. We'll transition into key takeaways from the baseline economic analysis. We'll move into the full spectrum sector analysis. We'll talk a little bit about economic and market trends that are happening at regional, provincial, federal levels that have an impact with the township. I'll share with you the approach on the SWOT analysis, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And we'll move into a series of preliminary recommendations that we'll be testing and validating throughout the consultation phase of our efforts. And then finally, we'll just wrap kind of the next steps of phase 2 and phase 3.
Okay, Jason, is it okay if anybody has questions just to ask as we get to the areas, or do you want to wait to the end, or how would you like to do it?
Okay, so the background research and documentation review, this is something that is instrumental for all of the projects that we work with from an economic development standpoint. It's our opportunity to get up to speed as quickly as possible. We want to be able to feel we're part of the fabric of the community as we get into phase 2 and talking with the economic leaders and the business professionals and others within the community. So it's our opportunity to refresh ourselves and to learn a bit more about what's happening at the time. So we take the time to review some key reports, studies, documents, past projects, and to support the phase 1 report, what we have done is we have summarized the key takeaways, and within the report itself, we've attempted to indicate how those reports tie into our efforts on the economic development strategic planning process and the areas that are important to that. So I'm not going to touch upon all of those in this presentation today, just for the sake of time, but they are listed into the report itself. These 12 documents are the key documents that our team took the time to review to get up to speed. And BR&E, for those that aren't familiar with the acronym, it speaks to business retention and expansion. That's a very important part of economic development. I wanted to say that draw your attention to item 3 and 4, a place to grow, in the provincial policy statement. That's in a repeal process right now. We've put those 2 documents together. There's a big emphasis right now on revisiting those 2 documents from a housing strategy standpoint, and these will be very important for testing and challenging and informing some of our recommendations that we come up with and we want to present back to the township. And also, I wanted to draw your attention to 10 and 11. It's very important that as we do our background homework, not only do we want to familiarize ourselves with what's happening at the township, we want to know also what's happening within Simcoe County as well, and sometimes even the context in which the township operates within the county itself. So we did take the time to review that, and there are some folks at the county level who are on our targeted stakeholder list that we would like to consult during the phase 2 of our project. So moving into the baseline economic analysis, I know that those who are in the room and joining virtually today, I know you have a good handle of what your knowledge of the township is. The economic baseline, or the economic baseline analysis for us, means taking a look at the economic composition of the community from a benchmarking perspective. And what we want to do is to take a look at what's the position of the township relative to perhaps the township's most competing, most like as in size, most like or similar as in economic drivers. So we had a chance to chat with the project team around the comparable communities that we felt were most appropriate. And you'll see across the bottom of the first table that we have Severn compared to Ramara, Oro-Medonte, Orillia, and at the provincial level. So I just wanted to highlight one or two key points that struck our team that stood out from the economic baseline analysis. So here, the chart is divided in two. The left side is the average after-tax income for an individual, and then on the right is the average after-tax household income. Here we can see Oro-Medonte clearly stands out. It's about 15% or 6,000 greater than the average individual income from the township. And when we look at the household income, it's 21%, almost 20,000 more than the household income reported in Severn. This is going back to 2020 census data. Next is total private households. So you'll see that each of the four communities, we didn't pull the province into this one because it just wasn't appropriate in terms of what we were wanting to look for. But the blue column represents total private dwellings. The green one is private households. And then we look at ownership versus rented. And what kind of struck our attention here is that 94% of households in Oro-Medonte are owned, followed by 91% Ramara, 90% Severn, and then we dropped significantly to 68% for Ontario average, and Orillia came in at 61%. So Severn sits definitely up in the top percentile from a home ownership perspective. Next is the percentage change in population. A lot of communities are seeing a lot of growth over the last 5 years. And we wanted to, again, take a look at the speed of growth, the rate of growth in Severn compared to the comparable communities here. What caught our attention here was that Ramara and Oro-Medonte both shared a 9.4% population increase between 2016 and 2021, the census years. Severn was next at 8.3, and it's also had a higher growth rate than Orillia, and as well as the provincial average as well too, the provincial growth rate of 5.8%. Labor force participation rates. So what caught our eye in this one here is that the participation rate and the employment rate are very, very similar across the board. We're almost splitting hairs in certain situations. The unemployment rate was the one that kind of, I guess, slightly stood out, was that Severn reported the lowest unemployment rate, 10.5% to the comparables. The province also showing 12.2%, just to show what the township compared from an unemployment rate to the province there. Percentage of total self-employment. So one of the things that we've been looking at over the past few years is the level of entrepreneurship. And we know a lot of individuals are starting their own businesses. We know a lot of individuals are leaving major metropolitan areas and going to cottage country, including Severn, and consulting and doing their own activity, their own endeavors. And one of the ways in which we're trying to understand the level of self-employment is to look at, or a level of entrepreneurship is to look at the rate of those who are self-employed. So we can see here that Ramira and Oromadante both again sharing top spots, but in this case, total percentage of its workforce for self-employed, followed by Severn at 19%. So that's I would say that's very good, and then much larger than Orillia at 12%, and at the provincial rate, 15% of its workforce, labor force, is self-employed. Next one here is the highest certificate diploma degree. And I just wanted to draw your attention to the composition of this table, this chart here, before I share our facts. So we have 6 different clusters or groupings of bar charts here. And if you're having trouble seeing it, the first cluster represents no certificate, no diploma, no degree, no completed high school. The second cluster represents high school equivalency certificate. Third is the apprenticeship trades certificate or stream. The fourth one is college or non-university certificate diploma. The last two are both tied to university certificate. The first one is a university certificate or diploma below the bachelor level, and the last one is above the bachelor level. So what stood out for us in this assessment is that 47% of Severn residents have a high school diploma or less, which is very similar to that of Orillia. Also, 52% of Oromadante residents have a college education or higher, and this is compared to 44% in Severn. And this is important to know because we all recognize that businesses of all types are looking for not only an available labor pool to draw upon, but they're looking for a mix of skilled and low-skilled types of positions that need to be fulfilled. Next slide here is to look at the labor force by major field of study. And here, the top 3 major fields of study by Severn Township residents. First one was 12% of residents had studied architecture, engineering, and related technologies. 9% of the workforce falls within business management and public administration. And lastly, at 9% as well, health and related fields. Here is the labor force by industry. And so you'll see some similarities as we get into the location quotient analysis, but the top industries by labor force in the township is construction at 14%, healthcare and social assistance, 13%, and retail at 12%. And Severn's prevailing industries labor force are similar to the comparable jurisdictions locally. Another way we wanted to look at the data, and there's lots of data sets that exist out there, and we wanted to look at the most reliable, the most accurate, and the most comprehensive data sets. So we often look to the province, the feds, Stats Canada for those materials to fall upon. And what we wanted to do is, you'll see there's 2 columns here. The one on the left, which is number of businesses, and that's from Canada Business Counts. And then on the right side, we have the size of labor force by Stats Canada. The data is derived a year apart from one another. But what we wanted to do was to understand the top 7 businesses by industry represented in the township. And you can see that we have color coded them, and we have indicated the number of businesses that exists within the township. Now, I do want to throw a caveat in here, and you'll see this in the prevailing slides. Canada Business Counts and Stats Canada, they aggregate the data as businesses with and without employees. So these figures here, construction at 421, is indicative of, and all of them below that, of businesses registered in the township with and without employees. And we recognize that perhaps a business may have been registered in the township in the past, but operates in another jurisdiction. And we also acknowledge that there are businesses that have relocated perhaps to the township, and they've been registered elsewhere and don't fall within this data set. So there is some discrepancies, but again, these are large, reliable data sets, and for consistency purposes, felt they were the best to fall upon. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but wanted to say that construction is not only the industry sector with the largest concentration of businesses, and that 23 beside the construction on the left represents the 2-digit NAICS code. And that means the North American Industry Classification System. It's a way that the industry organizes and categorizes businesses in common business activities. So not only is the largest business count in the township, we also have the largest workforce of 1,055 people. But you can see that things start to move around quite a bit as we move below into real estate and professional services, other services and retail. And we acknowledge that not every industry is dependent upon a large workforce, but I wanted to share the information with you as local residents, because it might inform you of some of the challenges that some of the businesses are having with respect to a limited or a small available workforce, or others that don't have problems finding the right individuals to fill vacant positions. Next is the percentage of employed labor force by place of work. So as COVID kicked off a few years ago, this is something that we started to track, and we're glad that it's becoming more of a common metric within the census data. And we wanted to find out the changes of places of work. And we knew that, I mean, 99% of us were forced to work from home during COVID. Many of us have stayed in that same work environment, and you know, some businesses are trying to bring people back to the office. But we wanted to show that in 2021, again, that we have to be mindful of the data, but we're capturing it as a baseline right now, so that once the next census data comes out, we can see how the needle is moving. But 63% at the bottom of that chart, 63% of the employed labor force in the township continues to go to their usual place of work. And that seems to be the trend for all of the comparable jurisdictions. However, if we look at work from home, 19% of the employed labor force work from a home environment situation or arrangement. And then no fixed workplace address. This would be the skilled trades professional. This would be the traveling salesperson. This would be the folks who kind of work more out of their car and they're not going to work. They may have go into the head office once in a while. They may work from home once in a while, but they're typically on the road most of the time. So very similar to work from home rates from the employed labor force, but we definitely wanted to capture this to see how this data changes over the next few years. Also, percentage of employment labor force by commute jurisdiction. So again, we're working from home, so we're knowing that we're not driving out in the morning to an office or a work setting. However, I mean, again, there's still 67% of the labor force that is. What caught our attention here is that if we add the less than 15-minute commute and the 15 to 29-minute commute, that means 60% of the employed labor force have a commute of less than 30 minutes, which is in line with the provincial average of 62%. What also caught our attention was that 52% of Aurelia's labor force commutes less than 15 minutes to work, and 72% less than 30 minutes. So some of you may have heard about the concept of the 15-minute community or the 15-minute city, where we're looking to get everything within a 15 minutes, and certainly a cycle ride, but a car ride as well too. These are priorities that planners and economic development professionals are thinking about in terms of how do they manage their growth and how do they make it easy for people to maneuver within their community in a short distance using alternative forms of transit, which leads us to our next slide. So here, how are people getting to work? So those that are commuting to work, 91% of the township's labor force commute by car, truck, or van as the driver. 7% of those who walked in Aurelia corresponds with the highest percentage of people who live within that 15-minute commute that I just referenced on the previous slide there. You'll see in the chart, we have the bulk of everyone traveling as a driver to and from work. And then we see 8%, the next one down, of the township's workforce that are traveling by the same types of vehicle, but as a passenger this time. So, and we don't have the public transit system, so it's and that's something that people are looking for alternative forms, but we need the business case and the demand for it. So, next slide. This was a slide that we enjoy sharing this slide, and I'm sorry if it is a little bit troubling to read. We'll make sure that you have a copy of the presentation as well too. We wanted to see what a 30-minute commute by vehicle departing your house at 8 a.m. would look like from Coldwater, Marchmont, and Washego, and to see, just quite frankly, how far can you go if 60% of the workforce is traveling within 30 minutes. We wanted to see what that kind of catchment area looked like. So you can see on the left, Coldwater has that dark, deep purple and the pink outline there. Marchmont is the yellow with the dark yellow outline, and on the right, Washego, the light blue with the dark blue outline. So that'll give you an idea of how far you can travel by vehicle at 8 a.m. Daily. So the full spectrum sector analysis, there's two pieces to this. We wanted to share a little bit about the business count data, and then we'll get into the location quotient analysis, and I'll explain that in just a moment here. So as you can see down the left-hand side, the NAICS code starts off at a 2-digit level. It goes ultimately to 6 digits. It gets very, very granular, very refined about the business activity. And we wanted to indicate here we wanted to say what are the total number of establishments by which industry. And you can see that construction has that 421, real estate and rental and leasing is 261, and the 170 for professional, scientific, technical services. What I mentioned a few slides ago is that how the Business Count and Statistics Canada data organizes it, with and without employees. So this is where the interesting stuff comes to light. Is the township, is council, from an informed decision-making standpoint, interested in knowing how many businesses there are without employees? Those are the one-person businesses. They could even be a holdco, a holding company. Maybe we're only interested in the total of businesses with employees. So when we look at that, construction drops down to 180. We have rental leasing at 23 and professional scientific services at 45. So that may change the landscape a little bit, but I wanted to educate the team today here on kind of how Statistics Canada pulls the data sets together. So within the township, we have 1,110 establishments without employees and 486 establishments with employees. So the business location quotient analysis. So again, this is derived from the Canada Business Count data from 2020. It's the most recent one that is available today. And what we want to do is we wanted to understand the concentration of business or the business industry proportionately to the township relative to the province. And so doing this process here, we were able to rank, if you will, what industries have a low concentration of specific industries, a moderate concentration, or a high concentration. And a moderate concentration for us falls within kind of the location quotient of 0.75 to 1.5. That is kind of the middle range, the moderate range for us. Anything below 0.75 is considered low. Anything greater than 1.25 is high. So you can see that mining is coming in top at 3.12. Utilities come in with a location quotient of 2.36. Construction at 2.31. Agriculture at 1.69. Administrative and support 1.63, and manufacturing 1.37. So that's great. So we have kind of some initial information about the prevailing concentration of key industries within the township relative to the province. So this doesn't tell us a great deal. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into those NAICS codes and really try and figure out what is the real activity that's happening within those industries. So if we start off with mining or aggregate, and the official name, I believe, in the Canada Business Counts is mining, quarry, and oil and gas extraction. We understand that in the township, The most common reference to that industry is kind of the aggregate industry, which makes sense. So we'll be using that as we go through this exercise. So here, the majority of establishments classified, and you can see at the 4-digit NAICS level here, non-metallic mineral mining and quarrying, with a focus on, and three of those 5 companies have a focus on sand and gravel mining and quarrying, which makes complete sense for the activity that's taking place in the township. Next one is utilities. So there was 9 establishments, and you can see 8 without employees, 1 with employees. So we have to be mindful of this, of the specific details if we're going to be making informed decisions about how to support or grow any one of these particular industries or other industries. So the majority of these establishments were classified as electric powered generation, transmission, and distribution, with 7 of them focused on other electric power generation. And that is, when we get into the 6-digit, the most refined level, that's what that category is, of other electric power generation. They do not share or provide or disclose the names of the businesses. So this is where we work with the Economic Development Office and the municipality, the township, to try and figure out what are the names of those businesses, because we do find discrepancies from time to time. Businesses come and go. And so if we really want to zero in with respect to specific business names, we kind of have to reverse engineer it. Next one is construction. So the majority of establishments were classified as residential building construction. That is it, full stop. We went right down to the most granular level possible, and they all fit exactly within that. You see there's 65 without employees. It might be just the one-person trades professional who's focused on residential building, and 55 companies with employees. Next is agricultural, forestry, fishing, and hunting. So here we have 26 without employees, 2 with employees. So again, we need to be mindful, but majority of establishments were classified as cattle ranching and farming, with 22 of the 26 focused on beef, cattle ranching, and farming, including feedlots. And we do the second last one, administrative and support, waste management, remediation services. So we had 83 businesses, 43 without employees, 40 with employees. Majority were classified as services to buildings and dwellings, where 16 of them were focused on janitorial services, 54 on landscaping services. And lastly is the manufacturing sector here. We had a total of 5 businesses within this category. Now, is there a cluster? Maybe beg to differ on that, a subcluster, because there's only one of each of the following businesses that fall under dairy products, bakery and tortilla, other food, beverage, and cut and sew clothing for the from a manufacturing standpoint. So there is evidence of manufacturing within the township. Do we have a manufacturing cluster? I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to argue that just based on the diversification of this types of manufacturing. But again, at the 2-digit level, we do have a higher concentration proportionately in the township than we do at the provincial level. Okay, so now we've done our research. We've got an ear to the media. We're seeing what's happening locally, provincially, federally, and there's lots that's going on around the world that's affecting Canada and Ontario, and certainly within Simcoe County and Township. So a few things that through a regional assessment that we want to be mindful of is that certainly the growth of the township here, one of the fastest growing regions within the greater Golden Horseshoe region or area, housing trends and economic opportunities with the housing market that reflects a growing trend of people relocating to the area. I talked a little bit about that earlier on. They're coming from the GTA, other metropolitan areas. They're coming for the recreation. There's the people are coming for the tourism, the remote work setting, perhaps the slower pace of life, all of that good stuff, and that's having a significant impact on the community, from an infrastructure to services and so forth. And we'll be getting into that and looking at that as we get into phase 2 and other aspects of the project. From a provincial assessment, the tourism outlook. So the post-pandemic tourism is predicted to be profitable. They're saying that should rebound by the middle of next year. It contributes significantly not only to the provincial economy but to the township economy as well too. And domestic tourism it exploded during COVID, and because we weren't allowed to fly out of province, we weren't allowed to fly out of country. People were hopping in their cars and seeing where they could go for day trips. And Severn Township is a great location for many of us in Southern Ontario to come up for the day or a short couple of days there. Provincial policy influence here. So the guidance of the provincial policy statement shapes Severn's land use and development strategies, focusing on efficient land use, compact communities, environmental protection, and support for agriculture, and much more. Adherence to these policies is essential for sustainable growth at the provincial level. And I mentioned that we are aware that the provincial policy statement and the places to grow are going through a repeal, and we're going to be looking at the impact of both of these and the influence on housing. Aggregate industry significance. So the importance of Ontario's mineral aggregate industry encompassing materials like sand and gravel resonates at the provincial level due to their role in infrastructure. Addressing ecological concerns and optimizing transportation efficiency is of provincial significance. And we know that that industry has plays a significant role within your local community, and we wanted to definitely be mindful of what's happening and where it's going and the opportunities and the impacts that exist because of it. And lastly, on a federal assessment, so the impacts of border closures, the pandemic caused significant daily losses in Canada's surface trade, impacted job opportunities with anticipated recovery, again, of tourism by next year. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know, if where COVID is going to, if it's going to rear its ugly face this fall or in the future. However, I think communities have learned a lot and large jurisdictions about becoming self-reliant as much as possible, but there is definitely significant impacts if borders do close in the future. And right now, we are all dealing with this, the economic impact of rising interest rates, and higher interest rates make borrowing costlier. It reduces demand for goods and services, and with an attempt to ease inflation right now. Things are still hot. I don't have a crystal ball for what Bank of Canada is going to be doing. However, it's something that we are mindful, and it will be mindful in some of our recommendations as well too. And because I do want to say that not all the recommendations that ultimately come out of the final strategy are designed to start on day one. Some may not start until year 2 or year 3. But we do know that the high interest rates will have a direct impact on those that need to make significant investments to push their projects forward. So continuing here, so some current happenings. So again, what's happening today that we see right now, we haven't, other than spending some time on a familiarization tour during our project launch in May, our team hasn't had a chance to get in to the community and be a part of the community, embrace the community to the extent that we want. That's in phase 2. So from our vantage point right now, the township is experiencing rapid growth and seen by its building permits issued and a hot housing market right now. The provincial policy statement guides, again, the land use, emphasizing efficiency, environment, agricultural, and Indigenous engagement. And the pandemic led to economic losses, disrupted trade, and closed borders impacting job opportunities. I will say that I was pleasantly surprised to see the amount of residential subdivision development that was taking place throughout the township. A number of the small communities that we've worked in are struggling right now to bring developers to their communities. So I have to say that definitely caught my attention, and that will play dividends to the township in the future. The outlook. So the township sees ongoing growth in building permits driven traditionally by the pandemic effects. And again, we're seeing a lot of migration out of metropolitan areas. We're seeing a lot of aging population that is not ready for retirement housing yet, but also opening up opportunities for perhaps smaller housing that makes their current homes available to the next generation of home buyers. There's a competitive housing market and rising local job opportunities. The provincial policy statement continues to influence planning with its focus on environment, heritage, agriculture, and tourism. And international tourism, again, continuing. We see the township as a key strategic area for tourism and to continue to be a strong part of your community going forward. And it's evident by the number of times that we have mentioned it so far in this presentation. And also the outlook today with the Bank of Canada with its increased rate hikes to control inflation across the country, but it is having a significant impact locally on the township. And all of this kind of leads to, kind of the impact on the township. So the growth, overall growth benefits the local economy. Growth attracts residents and also helps to boost the tourism industry. The provincial policy statement, the repeal of the PPS and the places to grow, as it continues to influence and shape land use, emphasizing the environment, the ag sector, the agriculture, community factors, closed borders, and affects tourism. It's not happening today, but again, we want to be mindful of it from a long-term strategic planning perspective. Same for the interest rates. So the influence on our thinking. So as we go through this, we're going to be challenging and validating a number of thoughts and recommendations as we move into phase 2 and getting a pulse from the local community, from local residents as well too. But officials must balance urban services with rural lifestyle, focus on infrastructure, transportation, and aging population needs. These are things that we're going to be keeping in mind as we continue our efforts. We want to align planning with the provincial policy statement, focus on that sustainable growth, conservation, and Indigenous collaboration and engagement. And we should consider reduced international tourism impact, diversifying economic drivers, and monitor interest rate changes for adjustments. So we want to make sure that not all of the eggs are in one basket, so to speak, for the township's economic drivers. There are lots of great things that are pushing the community forward right now. We want to be mindful of those and looking into the future to say, are these the right ones? Are there emerging sectors or subsectors that we want to focus on or think about? And also look worldly conditions to see how that will positively or negatively impact our strategic thinking for the township. So the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis, SWOT for short. We've started this process, and we have provided some of our own input based on what we have seen and interpreted through our background documentation review. And we've attempted to organize the SWOT in a series of categories right now. So the 4 categories that we've kind of brought our SWOT thoughts together focus on business and industry, tourism and recreation, lifestyle, and arts, culture, and the creative economy. And we're going to continue to expand this throughout phase 2 of the engagement piece of the strategic planning process. But what we've done is in the report, you'll notice that a number of the elements that fall within the various strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, if they have an asterisk beside them, that means they were pulled from an existing report or document that we read. We wanted to acknowledge that these were important, and they will also be part of our conversation to see if they are still considered strengths or weaknesses or opportunities or threats in a post-COVID and a 2023 and beyond era, so to speak. So, and then we've also included some of our own components that we thought were appropriate to the each of the 4 categories there. So taking all of this and coming out and presenting the summary of our phase 1 report, we have come to the table with a number of we'll call them preliminary recommendations. The recommendations that we came up from our own analysis and assessment. There were a handful of recommendations that we discounted or disproved because they were already recently recommended as a recommendation last year, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We wanted to come up with some new ones that we can take time throughout phase 2 to challenge and to validate and to find additional recommendations. So we have organized these into, I believe it's 4 categories, and I'll just we'll read through them right now, and this will bring a close to our presentation today. So the first set of preliminary recommendations is tied to business retention and expansion. So the township should develop a series of incentives, programs, and policies in the form of a community improvement plan, a CIP, that encourages existing building owners to convert vacant land building spaces into leasable commercial, residential, and/or mixed-use spaces. Secondly, the township should develop and execute a marketing strategy and outreach campaign to attract year-round business, retailers, service providers, and/or experienced operators to the town's downtown settlement areas throughout the township. Thirdly, the township should formalize its business concierge program, kind of like a business visitation program, by establishing a defined business visitation schedule and provide regular updates on key outcomes. I know the township is doing this now. We want to formalize it. We want to take it to the next level. The township should evaluate the feasibility of adding a single full-time equivalent to handle economic development and tourism. Tracy has been wonderful to work with as the communications manager of communications for the township. She's very resourceful. She knows a lot of people in town. She's got a pulse on so much that's going on. As we go through this exercise, it's going to reveal a number of other opportunities that will be important to the council, to the township to focus on. And we're just acknowledging now that we see some red flags, and we feel that an additional funding for an additional FT with a specific focus on economic development and tourism is something that we feel at this stage of the game is something that needs to be strongly considered. But we will continue to challenge and validate that throughout our exercise, our efforts. And then the last 3 for the first section on business retention and expansion, the township should consult the county to establish a supportive strategy to assist the county in pursuing economic opportunities focused on climate change and biodiversity initiatives. We know that there's a lot of great opportunity within the township. We know the township doesn't have the resources or the human resources, financial or human otherwise, to champion these on their own. So there's going to be opportunities where we feel it's appropriate that the township participate in these, but maybe play a secondary role and support the county as it has access to more funds, more people as well, and resources. Sixthly is with the clustering of the 22 local business establishments that are classified as that NAICS, that 112, 110, focused on beef, cattle, ranching, and farming, including feedlots. The township should investigate and understand their supply chain needs to identify local gaps that can be fulfilled through business investment attraction. And also, number 7, with a clustering of 120 local businesses focused on residential building construction, again, the township should investigate and understand their talent and their supply chain needs, again, to identify those gaps, which we can perhaps put together a business investment attraction strategy to support bringing in more folks, more businesses to meet their local needs. The second category for preliminary recommendations is tied to tourism and recreation. Here, the township should explore opportunities with local businesses to expand their tourism offering during the shoulder and off-season periods through products and services development, supported by joint marketing and promotional efforts in partnership with Tourism Simcoe County. Next would be to see the township develop and execute a local outreach campaign to educate local government organizations, private sector businesses, and others involved in tourism development and promotion to ensure that we're all aligned and that we're all focused on conveying the same township-wide message. We talk about the same tourism assets, and we share the same value propositions. Next is the township should develop a series of year-round single or multi-day tourism packages through collaboration with tourism operators and strategic partners as Tourism Simcoe County. And when we had a chance to review their website as one resource, we saw a lot of great assets. We didn't see the packages, and we wanted to. We've learned quickly that families and individuals, when they want to come to your area, they're looking for a packaged experience, not just what are the great restaurants, but what else can we do when we're there? There may only be 1 or 2 things that folks know about when they come into the township. We want the township, or we see an opportunity for the township to put those turnkey packages together to make it easy for us to say it's a no-brainer to come up to the township for the day or for a couple of days. The next category is focused on community capacity. So the township should undertake an updated community capacity study or assessment to ensure its community and social infrastructure, including municipal programs and services, are in place and able to accommodate its planned population growth. Next is the township should increase the supply of shovel-ready employment lands to accommodate investment-ready development opportunities. And we just spoke to the township about one that we heard of where I believe the province was looking for 250 acres. But I know that's a big parcel of land to pull together in your township. But again, sometimes opportunities come up very quickly with very short notice. And unless we're at the table, we'll get skipped right over. So we want to make sure that we have that inventory available, that we can respond in a timely manner. Next, in the event that Aurelia's municipal boundary is expanded to include some of the proposed areas within Severn, the township should develop, and it may already be doing so, but we feel that the township should develop a series of recommendations that can be negotiated and agreed upon with Aurelia that can help the township offset the lost property tax revenues. And lastly is the focus on arts, culture, and the creative economy. The township should develop and launch a downtown beautification initiative focused on the arts by increasing public art in the downtown areas, such as murals, mosaics, window paintings, statues, flower pots, fountains, and so forth, where we embed art into the natural resources and amenities, and beautifying the township downtowns, recycling and garbage bins by local artists or designers, something that we're seeing a lot in other communities. And lastly, the township should continue to allocate resources, including financing, to the implementation of its municipal signage plan and strategy. That includes an emphasis on promoting connectivity and utilization between waterfronts, trails, retail areas, and recreation areas. So as we look forward over phase 2 and phase 3, we're going to be kicking off, subject to approval of our preliminary, our draft strategic phase 1 plan. Our team has already started the planning process for our engagements, which will be kicking off in early September. We are running about a almost 5-week public online survey. We are also going to be in town the week of September 25th for a couple of days midweek, holding a series of focus groups throughout the township, holding a number of one-on-one meetings. We'll be doing the one-on-one meetings both in person and virtually, subject to people's availability. And the focus group discussions, we always offer a hybrid setting. So we'll have a mix of folks in the room with us, and we'll have a mix of folks who will probably join us virtually as well through Zoom or Teams or what have you. December 6th is the next date we're looking to get together. This is where our team comes back to you, and we're going to have what we call a validation workshop and a visioning session. We're going to tell you everything that we have learned and heard. We are going to present what we feel is the best path forward at a high level, and we're going to have a discussion around how does this align with your vision for the township. Are we going down the right path together? And from there, we will prepare the draft strategy. So we'll be coming back, and in January and February, March, we still have to. These were dates that we had put together in our service offer. I'm just validating with Tracy when the actual specific dates are. There may be a week or two on either side, but in early January, we'll be submitting that draft report, followed by a presentation of that report towards the end of January. We'll allow your team to review the report for a couple of weeks, and we'll take that time to make our amendments and resubmit at the end of February in phase 3. And in the middle of March, we will reconvene for a final presentation. And those presentations, including the draft and the validation workshop, will be done in person, and I'll be up in the township where we can see each other and discuss them in person together. And that is it. Again, on behalf of Jen and Ab and myself, we appreciate the great work that Tracy and her team have provided us to get us to where we are today. We're really looking forward to taking our work to the next level as we move into phase 2 and getting a chance to meet face-to-face with many of your economic leaders, and progressing this project forward. Jen, you can disable the screen share, and we'd like to make ourselves available for any thoughts, feedback, or questions at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody have any questions or comments? Member Minnings. Yeah. It's okay, Member Minnings. I'll catch him next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the report and the presentation. I enjoyed reading them and listening to your highlights. I do have 3 questions. In many of the codes, NAIC codes, it looked as though 50% or more of our businesses have 0 employees. How does that fit into an economic development strategy? And would the lens be to increase businesses, or I'm just trying to put my head around that.
Sure. Absolutely. May I answer this question before you move on to the next one?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. One of the things that Explorer Solutions is known for is taking really focusing on the qualitative approach to evaluate and come up with ideas, opportunities, and recommendations. The quantitative data coming from these provincial and national data sets are excellent to provide some indicators or give us an idea of the economic environment that we're walking into or we're embarking upon. And so we work with, if there was a dedicated economic development department or the chamber or any business associations, we try and populate a list of business names from that qualitative standpoint. An economic development strategy is an excellent opportunity for a community to update so much of its contact list, not only from an individual standpoint, but also from a business standpoint. And there have been projects, individual projects, where we've done business gap analysis, and we've done the NAICS codes as you've seen them, and we have attempted to put a business name beside every NAICS code to see if it matches the number through the Canada Business Counts. And by doing that, taking that qualitative approach, we are able to make a very informed decision what does exist and what doesn't exist in the community, because a lot can happen in a few years from when that data set was published. And so I just wanted to say that, again, from a quantitative standpoint, it's great insight. But once we start talking to the economic leaders and the community, we'll have a pretty good sense of perhaps what are the more qualitative realities that exist today in the community.
Okay, thank you. My next question, on your slide, you had a subheading, influence on thinking, and then one of the recommendations was to diversify economic drivers. What is meant by this?
So a few different ways to answer this question here. So I live in Waterloo. Technology and tech companies are major economic driver for community. We've got the two universities and the college. We wanted to see what are the key industry drivers that are employing and having the most impact on the community itself. And so as we think about, particularly around supply chain on those economic drivers, and also on emerging sectors or subsectors, there's lots happening behind the scenes right now that we don't know about, that council may not know about, and we want to try and identify those opportunities and to say, with a little bit of TLC, a little resources and attention and support, can we help blossom these into becoming also large employers? Can they be also large businesses which have a large impact on our community? And again, that the economic driver is really tied to the notion of businesses or sub-clustering of businesses for what the community is known for. Your community, from our perspective, is, I can say, tourism based. I've asked a few people in my area around what do they know of Severn Township as an outsider, as a tourist, and they say lots of great waters, lots of great natural areas. It's a tourism destination, and so we wanted to look at what else is the main drivers for the township.
Okay, thank you. And just quickly, the last one under the SWOT analysis. Threats consistently include electricity, and I'm wondering why that specifically is included in every section.
it was pulled. I think there was an asterisk beside those ones, so they were pulled or identified as a threat from the previous documents that we reviewed. So we wanted to capture it and update that for its relevancy. Is it still an issue in 2023? We know that 9 out of 10 businesses will always say the cost of electricity is a barrier to success or a financial burden to their businesses, and we want to also ourselves understand it a bit more as well. So certainly there are other jurisdictions that have more affordable electricity, and this is more from a business and industry standpoint. Is it going to be a deterrent to bringing in businesses? Maybe, maybe not, depending on the business activity, but we wanted to flag it as something that we saw as a prevailing trend, and also ask that same question as we go through phase 2.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you kindly.
Member Jansen?
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you very much for putting together this initial report. I think that this is very exciting, what we're embarking on here, and I hope that we get a lot of good information come forward through the consultation process. And that's really my question here is, I know we've got the Coldwater BIA, we've got the Southeastern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce. I'm just wondering how we plan to engage with those groups as well as the individual businesses to get the best participation possible, because I'm sure we all share in that we'd like everybody to participate so that we can have a fulsome report that can come back to council and move forward in a positive way.
Excellent observation. And our team is, we have prepared, and we're meeting with Tracy tomorrow as part of our biweekly updates on the project. We have developed some material that we're going to use through an Engage Severn website for people to learn about the project, to understand ways of getting involved with the project, how the project is unfolding and progressing. That will direct them as well to the online public survey. We also have developed some social media posts so that when we launch the online survey, we want to get it out through the township social media channels to say, hey, the township is embarking upon the development of its first ECDF strategy. This is a great opportunity in phase 2 to hear the voice of the community. Please, share your thoughts, opinions, ideas on our access to our online survey. We have a second one, which is kind of, we're halfway through. Don't forget if you haven't participated, and then a final push at the very end to try and get some additional folks involved. We'll be working through various channel partners like the BIA, the Chamber, and others who have large data sets or databases of their own that maybe are proprietary and we're not perhaps permitted to get access to from a privacy standpoint. And this also includes, it's really important for us to include a focus on the youth and young professionals. And so we're going to be looking at, we have come up with a list of appropriate channel partners as well to share information to. We have a standardized email letter. We have a project letter of introduction to give people a quick idea of what it is that we're doing, why we're engaging them, and how can they help us. We do not collect any information on any of the youth that we work with. It's all just, please give us your thoughts, opinions, and ideas. And if they want to stay involved, that they would follow up with Tracy, for example, to provide their information. So we'll do our best to provide the resources as we do our focus groups. We encourage everybody to also do the online survey. We encourage those folks to share it with their employees, their coworkers, their friends and family as well too. So by spending a couple of days in the community, we really want to touch as many people as we can and share our story and excite them about being part of the solution, because we know that there's a lot of very proud people who live in your community and want to see it move from good to great, not only in the short term, but in the long term. So if we can help excite those folks to participate and make it easy for them to participate, we will hopefully see some big results on the ROI standpoint.
Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and thank you for a very interesting presentation. Lots of numbers. I got 9 things I want to say. I'm going to say them real quick because these guys are getting tired and they'll get mad at me anyway. But I want to challenge you a little bit on this strategy, and I would like to see an economic strategy for Severn that is a little has what you're talking about. No argument with that. All makes sense. But a little more futuristic in orientation. A few points as to what I'm trying to get to. For instance, I would like to see some notation of the movement towards a circular economy in the future. So this is where, you know, the repair, the recycle, all, you know more than I do about this. I know you do. And our traditional chambers of commerce, they don't talk about this, or perhaps they don't know about it. I don't know which, but anytime I've been to their meetings, you don't see this flavor. So we're moving in that direction, and I would like to see some reference to that in our document so that we're ahead of the curve. Some reference to ESG and sustainable performance, where some of the major corporations in the world are moving right now, like Nespresso and so forth, and how that works into the community benefits that come along. Again, I'm not looking for volumes here, but this is where we're going. We should be encouraging businesses that pay a living wage. That's what we want. We don't want people here that can't afford their homes. So there should be some notation for that. I also believe that natural asset management is a strong economic tool that we're moving towards as well in the near future. And some mention of that and moving in that direction would make sense to me. And finally, we're moving to a decarbonized and electric future. And those are different jobs. And, you know, we see with the feds pushing that basically what the billions are putting out and so forth. But there are new jobs coming. And Severn, we've got to electrify. We've got to get ready for this world. It's like right around the corner. I would like to see some stronger reference to that and you know, our need to get there. So those are some of the sort of emerging things that I'd love to see. As far as the document, there's 5 things I'd like to say. On page 8, we talk about housing supporting strategies. There's no strategy in Ontario to support affordable housing at this time. We need to address that. Affordable housing is something we need in Severn. And in spite of the lack of an affordable housing policy in Ontario, we need to acknowledge that we got to get there. And if we go by where we're going on current provincial policy, we're headed nowhere fast. So we have to be a little more innovative, and I'd love to see our strategy reflect that. On page 47, there is talk about floating homes. I'm not sure what the emphasis there is in, but if you were going to include something like that, it should be short-term rentals. They probably are going to be an economic driver in the next 20 years. And even the hotel industry is shaken up by them right now. So there's things afoot, and we definitely are getting more of them with each passing day. As far as aggregate go, I don't want to be hard on you, but your section reads like it was written by the aggregate companies themselves in their annual report. You need to balance that with the aggregate reform group's perspectives on it. And in particular, the aggregate industry actually costs us money here. So as an economic driver, and that's because they do not pay for the externalities that they create. We're spending millions of dollars on roads that they wear out. And if we need anything changed in the aggregate industry, it's for them to pay their external costs. So that would be great for our economy, certainly would be great for the taxpayer. I mentioned the policy statements on biodiversity. The words are in there, but there's no one in Ontario that's going to say that's what's going on in Ontario right now. You know, things like the Endangered Species Act and biodiversity protection, wetlands protection has been hollowed out by the current government. We're going to have to try to protect those things in spite of, not because of, the policies that we have for land use in Ontario. And I think we need to, that's a reality. That's the way it is. It's just how we have to deal with it. You have a comment there in the about supportive strategies to assist the county with climate change and biodiversity. Jurisdictions across Canada, it's the small municipalities that are making the best gains for climate change initiatives. We love the Simcoe County. They're nice people, but I wouldn't want to wait for them to save me on climate change. We will die if we do that. So but we can do things without that. We must do things without that. And I would like to see a stronger reference to the fact that we should take a more leadership role. From an economic point of view, it makes perfectly good sense. There's all kinds of opportunities there. So that's it. I'll shut up. But when I come on one-on-one, I'd love to talk about all those points. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it, and I really appreciate the candid comments. They come from the heart, I can tell. One of the things that as we move through this project and come up with the recommendations, and I'll be speaking to Tracy and others around, quite frankly, how bold do we want this strategy to be? There's a few things I just want to throw on the table here. We want to identify some quick wins. Some of my recommendations that can be put into action quickly, timely, efficiently, and effectively to get people excited about economic development. But we also know that there's bigger, loftier goals where we need to create a stronger foundation over the next few years before these start to emerge, maybe in year 3 or year 4 or 5 or so forth. Also, we want it to be, as an economic development strategy for the township, some of the smaller townships that we've worked with in the past, have come back and said, this is a great strategy for our township or our community. We don't have the people, the resources, and the funding to move these initiatives forward. So the challenge then becomes, are we building an economic development strategy for the staff of today or the community of tomorrow? And if we build a strategy for the community of tomorrow, I'm going to come to you and say, you know what, we need to finance the foundation, the build of the foundation for a strong community of tomorrow. And there's some tall tasks that you put in here, and I'm really glad that you brought them up because they're very, very important. And this is part of the discussions that we'll be talking about in the validation workshop and the visioning session. But all excellent points. Makes us even more excited to hear your enthusiasm about growing this community and taking it from good to great. So we're definitely looking forward to having some one-on-one time with you.
Any other comments or questions? I had, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick one through the chair, perhaps to staff. Is this a one size fits all? And I know that part of it is no, but when I'm seeing here, it's all Township of Severn. However, we have so many unique settlement areas within that and downtowns, et cetera, et cetera. So is the final plan going to go to that level, or are what we seeing throughout this initiative a Township of Severn strategy sort of as a whole?
So through the chair to member Minnings, thank you for your question. I think just as the CAO just said, and I agree, is that I think it's a township strategy at this time. This is your very first strategy. I think, after we have that larger strategy, there'd be the opportunity to look at maybe specific plans for the communities that you speak of. But at this time, I think it's at that level that we need to look at it. Thank you.
I'd like to also comment and just say that in a recent active strategy that we're completing for another community in Michigan right now, there are some key elements that are needed for its economic development strategy, where the equivalent of the BIA takes the primary lead and the community's active department takes a secondary position, and there's other partners that come involved. So I wanted to say that there may be things that are specific to certain areas within the township that we appoint a primary lead to champion it, where the township's at the table, and not everything has to fall on the shoulders of Tracy or a few people within the township to move forward. So that's something that I wanted to say that we'll be looking for as well when we move through the exercise.
Madam CEO.
Oh, there we go. I just wanted to clarify that we don't actually have an active department, and it's not actually Tracy's role either. So there'll be lots of chats with council about whatever the strategy ends up to be, what the resourcing looks like. Because Tracy's done a great job stick handling this this project, but it's not really her role, and we appreciate her for doing it. But we keep talking about this active development, which we don't have.
Okay, any other questions? I have a couple. What is your definition of economic development? Because I know there's different ones.
Economic development, I'll start off answering the question by saying something that's really important. The ideas and the recommendations that come out of this strategy, we're not coming to your community and pulling ideas out of thin air. We are taking the information and the voice of your community, and we're going to consolidate the prevailing messages and themes, ideas, and opinion, and we're going to put them in a manner that makes sense to move the community forward. Economic development, I'll say it means something to everybody else, and that's the challenge with working with large councils, is that everybody has a different understanding of what ECDEV is. Some people look at job creation, housing creation, new businesses, increased property assessments, increased property taxes. It's the activities that will lead to the outcomes that we want to achieve. So in 5 years from now, do we want to see our community population increase by 25%? Do we want to have a certain amount of property tax revenue? So this is where we're going to take the time when we're in town at the end of September to start asking senior staff and council and others, where do you want to see your community in 10 or 15 years? And we will reverse engineer how do we get there based on those long-term vision and goals.
Okay. And the other one is, you did mention, and sorry, but the county does have a climate action plan that's excellent, and I'll get it to you. And they did say they'd work with all the municipalities. I think partnering with the county is very important. And the one that wasn't mentioned was the Aurelia Chamber of Commerce, because we do have a person on that committee from our council. And the other thing I would actually wanted to talk to you about was, you said there was a previous document that talked about an electricity problem. What document was that?
Oh, it would have been, a lot of the reports that we read had their own SWOT analysis done. And so we're just carried forward what was perceived as a threat, this common language of electricity, for us to further investigate from documents that were back in 2016, 2017, 2018. The world's changed significantly since then. So we want to see if that's still relevant going forward.
Okay. And just a couple of small, manufacturing you didn't have anything about the one large factory we have in Severn. It didn't say anything about manufacturing of sinks.
That is the challenge with the quantitative data sets. This is where we haven't had a chance to do the qualitative assessment yet to see and speak to Tracy to say, okay, there were 5 businesses, and we know the businesses based on employee size. We know how many businesses from a quantitative standpoint that are between 50 and 100 employees, 100 to 200 and 200 plus. So this is where we'll go to Tracy and say, put names to these, and let's see if this is really, if this is true and it exists today as it states in these data sets. And that's where we kind of transition from, hey, it's nice to get a high level understanding from a large scale. Let's get to the reality of what's really happening here today. So it's a first step. It's a quantitative assessment is kind of a first step for us that helps us move to the qualitative approach afterwards.
Okay, thank you. And I too look forward to our one-on-one.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I guess, Madam, a motion?
So we have a motion that the Economic Development Strategy Phase 1 report be received, and that staff proceed with Phase 2 of the Economic Development Strategy, including public consultation, development of the draft Economic Development Strategy, and preparation of the Phase 2 report.
Okay, mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Minning, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? And I want to thank you very much. This was excellent information, and thank you, Tracy. And we look forward to meeting with you and seeing what else you can bring forward to us. Have a great day.
We're looking forward to as well. Thanks again for the opportunity today. Have a great afternoon.
Yes, you too. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
So we just have closed session.
Closed session. Okay, we are now going to go into closed session.
Okay, so the motion reads that committee resolve in a closed session that the meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 2392, for the purpose of considering personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal local board employees, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice subject that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Jansen, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, give me one moment to move us into close.
Okay.
Well,
Okay,
no, they're
we're back.
fantastic. I can't.
Publicly.
You gotta stand.
No, you can't.
Okay, so the motion to come out of
Member Minning, seconded by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried.
I didn't hear the motion.
Come out of session. Come out of closed session.
Okay, can you read it again?
Sorry, the motion read that the closed session adjourned at 3:07 PM and that the meeting is hereby now reopened to the public.
Okay.
You might want to just call the vote again, I'm sure.
All in favor? Thank you.
There is a second motion. So then the second motion is the staff proceed as directed as per Public Works Report number W23-032.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried.
Okay. Believe our CIO is happy to skip her report. So motion to adjourn is that this meeting be and is hereby now adjourned at 3:09 PM.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Taylor, moved by Member Jansen. All in favor? Enjoy your holiday.
Thank you, Judith, for chairing today.
Have a great day.